I'm a little behind. A very tiny one. Why am I so quiet? Microphone, pick me up better. So weird. Okay. Anyway, hello, and welcome into another one line of code. Today is Friday, and on Fridays on our channel are community days. Welcome in Emporium Guy. Welcome in DC Aggie, Dukasoft. Dukasoft. Hello, Good VJ. Hello, hola, privyet. Namaste, salam, shalom. Hola. You already said that one? Bonjour. This is DC Aggie. Konnichiwa. And all of them. Anyway, hi, welcome in. Friday, Community Day. I am absolutely not ready for anything, but it doesn't matter. We're doing it anyway. So, happy Valentine's Day to you too. Happy Valentine's Day. The reason I am late is because I was sending a Valentine to Earth, to Gaia, and I mean that quite literally. Okay, that's logged in, you're logged in, we're logged in. So yes, it is a Friday, and so Friday on this channel are community days, and what community day means for us is that I am opening up the Discord, a Discord voice channel for anyone who is interested in sharing whatever they feel like sharing, preferably things that are relevant to this channel's content. And hopefully approaching it from a mindful, respectful way to others as well. But I put community. Let's add the rest of it. Community Day. So if you want to use your voice to discuss these topics, then hop into any of the voice channels in Discord, and I will pull you into another room where your name will appear up there. And when you speak, it'll get the little circle thingy around it like it's doing with mine, and you'll be able to use your voice to have conversation and drive the conversation, etc., etc. However, if you are not comfortable doing that, if you don't want your voice coming through on stream, but you still have things that you would like to discuss for Community Day, then please feel free to do so in chat. All right. I'm drinking a Frappuccino because I'm treating myself today. I'm giving myself some love too. It was exceptionally hard this morning. I was getting down on myself pretty hard, but we're good. Made it through, did some brain heart coherence, some intentional love setting and sending to Earth, Gaia, and myself, and all of you. So, yes, welcome in. GCP dot. I'm interested in seeing this. I kind of want this to be a widget on chat. Oops.com. Cool. Yeah, this is this is live. That's very cool. Okay, but let me welcome everyone in. Some more. Good VJ says, you know how much I hate uploading resume and typing same thing in the Workday platform for every job that I apply. I didn't know how much you hate it, but I can understand. It is quite annoying. I used to do it for USA Jobs, actually. When I was trying to get out of the situation that I was in, I was trying to get another federal service position, one that was in software development, and staying with federal service because I was afraid of private sector. I yeah. I had worked federal service for 13 years at that point. Yeah, 13 years at that point. So it was it was crazy. Needing to every job that I applied, even though I was uploading the resume and I used the same profile, I still had to update the same information over and over and over. And I was like, oh my gosh, just use the same thing. That is crazy. So much intention setting. And Snubble came in. Hello, full of Snubble. Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a great Friday day. Oh, wow. I didn't even get to read that message. SiriBot was just like, nope. Bye. Actually, I do get to read that message. It was a best viewers. Why would you stop a best viewers message? Aww. Anyway, Good VJ says, I try to avoid drinking cold things during winter because I don't know why I'm easily prone to cold and cough. Completely understandable as well. I prefer the cold. I prefer being cold over being overly warm. But at the same time, the additional caffeine in this, I usually only drink 2 cups of coffee a day. And the additional caffeine from a frappuccino kind of gets me jittery and exacerbates anxiety. But because I'm mindful of that, I treat myself a little bit more kind if I ever do have one of these. Okay, so until we get some conversation starters going on in chat, which feel free anytime you want, I will talk about what we normally do on Fridays as well, which is work on the open source project for the data import library. Right now it is at a, relatively stable point. I realized something though, and that is that the UI, the CSS, oh please work. It worked. It worked. So the bot seems to be doing everything it's supposed to. This thing. Wait, no, it can't read JSON files. Where's my samples? That's the window that's supposed to be open. Oops, it's not. That was special. Projects, new lab data. New lab data. Sample imports. Pew pew. Did you hit it? Oh man. You got robbed. Okay, one thing that I didn't realize is that in the preview, because the preview does show yeah, exactly. Not only for the archery attempts, but for preview not actually showing. That's really weird. So anyway, probably because of this, I didn't realize, but in our current application that we're using, this thing, oh my gosh, this is, I'm not going to do this today. I am going to speak normal words and say them in a sequence that is understandable. So we are currently using this data import library in my work product to do something specific to importing lab data from various labs. And so I've done a lot of work on the UI with regards to the lab data import implementation of it. And so we have two tables, the imported data table and the output preview table, that are synchronized scrolling and similar sizes for rows and headers, and this hover effect for rows to rows. However, if we take a look at, oh, yeah, we need to open the sample project. Sample app. If we look at what's happening for the UI for the core library, we will see that the preview table is not sized the same as the data import table. And one thing that we can see right off the bat, though, is that the imported data table is wrapping text. So the column headers are wrapping, the row data is wrapping, and what that would mean is that the source data, the rows in this table, are probably going to be different heights than the rows in the preview table that we can't see in the sample project for some reason. So let's prove that by running the app. Run. It's time to run. I watched back one of my videos because I was trying to see the approach that we started taking on Wednesday for the work product thing that's going to be a thing. And I noticed that my shoulders are like way up here during the whole stream. I need to relax, drop them down. Why are you still in this? Because we merged. Okay, so here is the open source version and running on in dev. And if I push preview, the table doesn't open. Interesting. Okay, so that was a bug. Anyway, because it can't find the JavaScript file. Can't find the JavaScript file. ¿Por qué no? Okay, it is data import utility.components, and this has the wrong name. Okay. That means that we need a new branch to fix that. Actually, let's first create an issue. Issue. New issue. Bug. Bug. It's a bug. So what's the difference between a label and a type? Incorrect path to JavaScript module. Self-explanatory, so we'll just try to save it by pushing Control S. Assign myself. And this is number 14. So let us go back to main, which we did. Pull latest. It'll do a clean, it'll do a truncate of all of our upstream. Wait, why isn't this deleted though? Did I not merge it? I thought that was the most recent work that we did. I keep clicking on the wrong thing. Okay, most recent thing we did was merged task 12. Which is different than task 6, which is to set up the project as a NuGet project. Which means that it's now behind main. What? Unless this is what we were about to start working on. Because the last thing that we did was pulled in I don't want to do it here though, is that we pulled in the test projects, which is very confusing because now we're trying to complete this one, which is to set up the pipeline to generate the NuGet packages and create a release off of those. And I could have sworn that we finished that. Added test, pulled in latest code, fixed hybrid issues. No, there is no pull request for setting up the NuGet packages. Huh. Okay. I believe you. You can stay open then, and since you are currently synced with main, there were no changes, then what I am going to do is create a branch off of main to fix this bug, and then we'll update that branch after we do the pull request for this bug. Alright, so bug this number, JavaScript path issue. Cake. So the thing that should have had happened back in 1824 was that we changed all of the references to Armit's file import utility to data import utility. So if we do a replace, find and replace everywhere, Armit's. Can I copy this? Is Armit's file import utility anywhere in here that I can copy easily? Not really. That's the closest we're gonna get. Okay, so Armit's file import utility gets replaced with data import utility everywhere. Replace all. And it's telling me there is only one replacement, which was the rebuild and apply, which was the reference in the module. But yeah, once again, I hope you are all having a fantastic Valentine's Day, full of love, full of enjoyment, full of, yeah, all the good things. Okay, should have rerun, which it did. Rerun. And there it is. Okay, so once again, we do have the synchronized scrolling. However, the header sections are different sized because the styling isn't applied to the core library. They are applied only to the lab data import library. The hover works, the scrolling works. We just need to get everything to be white space, no wrap, as well as a fixed header height per row. And fixed row height as well. I forgot that's a thing too. So I am going to open my work product to see what styling I applied there. How do I do that? Is it you? It's so tasty though. I'm also not feeling very confident about the about the approach for this lot assignment functionality. Right now we're updating the core library to allow hot swapping of individual components, even if you are using the topmost parent component that has all of the UI built in. Okay. Oh, we can close that window. So we're looking for the UI for the CSS for data import page, maybe? Do we have any overrides on the data table display wrapper, data file mapper? Wow. What? That is a heck of a lot. Okay. Jeepers. I need these side by side, so I'm just gonna pull this one over here so that I can see both. Excuse me. And we're going to go directly to jail. No, we're going to go directly to the data table display, which is in dataset components, data table display. Yes. Oh my gosh, I can remember. I mean, I can believe that I remembered is what I meant to say. Control Z. If it's busy, this is what it looks like. Column header wrap. Really? So we get the table defaults, column header wrapper, cell value wrapper. So we are inside of table already. One of the things that I want to carry through is that everything gets white space, no wrap. Let's see how that changes things. Compiling, compile successful, and now CSS autosync. And now CSS autosync. There it goes. It just took a minute. Okay, so we have a white space no wrap inside of our table. That is good. So that's number one. Number two is that we need the header heights to be the same. So we have header controls and header row. And we need both of those to be the same height. Column header wrapper. Okay, so we need to do that here. We're going to target it by doing t head tiara, and then we can do these. Should just be able to copy this over, I hope. And this should be the simplest way to get this and this to be the same height, except that they might not be the same height. That the height that I'm setting them in here is going to be different than the height that I was setting them in the lab data version. And the reason for that is that there are 2 rows of control data, two you know what I mean, 2 lines of content in the import data table, which is different than the one line of content with a bigger button in the preview table. So what I need to do is figure out, one, if this is being applied currently, because it doesn't look like it's being applied. And then 2, we need to figure out what the minimum height is that we can use for that fixed height. I really don't like using fixed height for CSS, but in this case it kind of makes sense to use it. Only kind of though. Height. Use table tr height. Aha. Okay. We might be able to make this just a tiny bit easier. What is this? Okay. If we go into table defaults, we have use table tr height, but we need this to be use table body tr height compared to use table head. Oh man. And I'm gonna actually make this t-body because I've been putting the path to the actual variable, or path to the element that this thing is supposed to affect. So t-head defaults, excuse me. And because of that, we should be able to put this into its respective section. Height. And you're going to be t-head. P-body. He's hilarious. Okay, so then what we should be able to do is set our intentions. Set our T or this. Actually, let me do it this way just to make sure I don't mistype a thing. Okay. So there go my shoulders again. Drop. Lower. Relax. It's okay, shoulders. Everything is okay. Okay. Do we get those styles So we definitely have an updated CSS file because we now see the new custom CSS property that I just set. However, we are not we're still not seeing the new setting of the use table t head height that we are setting here. So what might be going on? Does this need to be : deep t head? Oh, that worked. Okay, so now we can definitely see that the header row is too short. So let's make it bigger. Oh dear. Yeah, so this is getting applied before the default to 2.4 ems, which is correct. So I am trying to essentially set this custom CSS property here, specifically the O1L table t head tr height property. And I can't update the value. Oh, there we go. There we go. That still needs to be used. So O1L table. Oh, wait. Why do you say T body? Aha. Okay, there's my issue. This one is trying to set T body. Why didn't no one tell me? I'm kidding. T head, please. And boop. Okay. So, and I can't modify it now. So it's so weird because sometimes when you start modifying a property, hey Deflux, sometimes when you start modifying a property in DevTools and you apply autosync, CSS autosync, that property is no longer editable. So you have to restart. You have to refresh. I don't know what's causing it though. How are you doing, Deflux? How is your Valentine's Day going so far? Preview? Preview, please. Oh, we can't go to preview now because it's hidden. Oh, wait. I know what's going on. I am actually hiding the preview. So this is actually supposed to be one row only. No, it's one column only. But anyway, because in the lab data import utility, I'm not displaying the controls in the header portion. I hide it there, and that's what this CSS is doing. I don't want to hide it. I want it to display. And there it is. Good. Okay, and now we can see your row size is currently at 8. It is resolving as 2.4 still. Why are you still resolving as 2.4 when I'm defining it here? Captain Commerce. Hello, and welcome in. Shoulders. shoulders. So what I'm oh, duh. Because the level... No, that... What? Grrr. I'm doing the whole half-thinking thing. What if I put this here? What if I defined you here? That did it. That did it. All right. Then I guess the T-body row height is also being manually set. So that makes sure that our rows are the correct heights. That's good. And they are synchronized as well. So, okay, we did it. We fixed the bug. Do I have a file that has more records anywhere? How about you? How many records do you have? 2. I have 2 records. I have your computer is going to freeze and crash records. Oh dear. Finished reading it. Okay, I was just being impatient. Impatient. Although, am I starting to lag? No, we're good still. My hands are doing the see-through. Just be patient. It's reading the file. Speaking of, I need UI for working, loading progress in the core app. Core library? Core library. Wow, that's taking a while. I'm being patient. I was patient and it paid off. Okay, this does have a lot more, so what I really wanted to know is when we show the preview with this side by side, are the scroll positions actually keeping the rows synchronized side by side? We really need to eventually look at the performance issues that are going on. Okay, they still look to be even. We ran into an issue with the lab data import utility where at some point in time there was just a small pixel offset, and by the time you got down to the bottom it was off by like 1 or 2 entire rows. But this looks pretty synchronized. And the reason for that was adding this select row selector. It's a weird sound. All right, this is looking good. Yeah, cool. So however many records this was, I think it was like 233 rows. It stayed synchronized, so I'm not really concerned that it's not gonna stay lined up. Very cool. So we're done with this bug. Let us commit the changes. Copilot, if you will. All right, where are we at? It's still going up. .22. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Updated CSS for table row heights. They're called CSS custom props. Copilot. I know we all call them CSS variables, but they're custom properties. Okay, is that okay with you? I also fixed the file name. I'm in a meeting and just saw chat. Awesome. I hope your meeting is going well. Probably can't hear me, but still hope it's going well. Okay, so that got pushed. I'm a little confused. Don't mind me. Excuse me. Repo. Pull request. What are the complete words? Because apparently I don't know the closing words. Fixes. Resolves. Fixes number 14. Also updated styles on data table. And you know what would happen to me, to probably any of you as well, is if you were working on a team and you took the initiative to fix this other issue because it was low-hanging fruit and it was right there, you noticed it while you were testing it, they would say, remove that from this branch, create a new branch for that fix, and submit that separately. And create an issue for it on top of that. Hello, Cheese Lyra. Are you a Lyran? I'm a Lyran. Possibly. Might be Arcturian though. I've forgotten. But how are you doing, Cheese Lyra? Are you having a fantastic day so far, or how's it going? It's Community Day on our channel, so if you have any topics that you're interested in discussing, questions, stories that you have, projects that you're working on, anything you want to share relevant to this channel's content, please feel free to do so. And what's up with my microphone? I told TBD that while he was talking, he was telling us something on his stream, and he was going through his project. Like halfway through his description, his microphone just went, and it was it was a lot more quiet than it had been when he started his stream, and he didn't make any changes, no button pushes. His hands were like not even close to his keyboard and mouse when he was telling us stuff. So it was very weird. But I kind of feel like that's happening to me because OBS is, it's not going up very high at all, which is very odd. I'm gonna blame Crisp. It keeps telling me that my CPU is working too hard. Everything's going well so far. I'm new on this. I don't know what you are doing. What are you doing? But I like seeing you. Well, thank you. So what we are working on for this stream, for the Community Day streams, is this open source library for being able to import CSVs or Excel files and transform them into whatever C# type you want. By specifying transformation rules. You guys reviewed my code changes for me. Thank you so much. Delete that branch. So that should kick off our GitHub action. And it did. One thing I'm curious about is, did the change that we made to the workflow... Oh wait, this is the GitHub push. Did the changes we made to the workflow... This is the... No, that's still GitHub. This one. Gosh, words. Thank you so much for the follow, Cheese Lyra. Really appreciate that. Why do both of these say GitHub Pages branch? Maybe this... Yeah, this is still doing the GitHub Pages YAML, which is deploying the static web app to GitHub. And the thing that I'm looking for is the other workflow that we were working on, where we added the tests for the build pipeline, essentially. Apparently that's not a thing. Maybe that's only in the other branch and we were still working on it. Whatever. Point is, it's pushed. We should now be able to get main, which has the updated CSS and all of those things. So anyway, the tool, you provide a CSV or Excel file, gives you UI for displaying the data from that file, and then another piece of UI that we'll look at once it's done deploying that will let you map from the incoming file fields to your C# type that you have specified in your app, or whoever is consuming this library. Okay. And the reason that I am working on this is because we had a need for this kind of a project for my work product. So what I'm doing now is taking the changes that I just made and updating my other branch that is having active development in it. So we just did that. Cool, cool. All right. So Cheese Lyra is saying everything is going well so far. Oh, I read this already. I'm good at this. But when you say you're new to this, and again, if you're busy, if you don't feel like responding, you're under no obligation to. But when you say you're new at this, are you talking about software development? Are you talking about watching streamers on Twitch? Are you talking about speaking to other people? I left this in there. Whoops. I left an empty rule. That's okay. I think that empty rules get trimmed out when it gets minified. Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell. So comments are removed. That means that this will go away, and empty rules also get trimmed. And in fact, it is the case that even for the non-minified CSS, empty rules are removed. Cool. Very cool. What? Another one? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I recently posted the community day. Yeah, so the community day post that I just put up there says everything. Bring up topics if you have any software development or technology topics that you want to discuss, and we will engage in those conversations. If you're interested and feel like using your voice, then I do open a channel in Discord. Just join any of the voice channels and then type !waiting in chat to let me know that you're waiting in one of the voice channels, and I'll pull you into the stream room where your voice will come through on stream, if you so feel like using your voice, if you're comfortable doing so. My streams, I take all of my VODs and I used to manually post them, but they now are automatically posted after the stream to YouTube, so they live there forever until we're no longer allowed to have those on there. Snubble says, perhaps I join, but where are the voice channels? I missed it. In Discord, so if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, they should be available to everyone. I know that I recently made some changes regarding like developers. Yeah. So you should be able to see the voice channels. They're at the very bottom. The very first channel in that category is called VC Text. Just join any of the other ones that have the megaphone icon and then exclamation point waiting. Okay, so the project is built and merged. I don't know why I always click on the organization name instead of the repo that we're on. This is where the open resource lives. Open source project lives if you want to contribute. I am accepting PRs, so fork it, make changes that you think are appropriate, and submit a PR. And then I'll review it at my earliest convenience, which would be slow, by the way, because I have a day job. And then I spend my evenings with my wife. Yeah, everything else is fine. Okay. Okay, so unless and until we get some discussions. Aha! Okay, so if you would please mute the channel itself, because you will be able to see the stream and hear my voice on stream, and I will pull you into the stream room in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, hello, mic check, please. Oh, we got a mic check. Wait, why isn't it coming through on stream? I don't think I have the right audio source selected. Hold on. I can hear you just fine, but the people on the stream can't hear you. Awesome. We'll have you introduce yourself in like 60 minutes. It's gonna take me 60 minutes just to pick the right device. Okay, mic check again, please.
Hello?
Yes, there we go.
Does it work?
Yep.
Very good. Hello there.
Cool. All right, so how are you, Snubble?
I'm pretty good. And yeah, my name is Morten, by the way. Or Martin, or whatever you want to pronounce it. Fulusnavel, as I mentioned to others, is kind of a joke name. So, yeah, there was a Fule. I don't know what you expected, if it's worse or better or the same. So what are you up to tonight? Data import utility.
Tonight I will be eating a very good dinner and hanging out with my wife. We'll probably watch a movie or two. But right now, which is not night for me, it might be night for you.
Yeah, it is night for me. Yeah, that's correct.
I'm really wanting to get the NuGet package portion of this to work for the data import utility, so that when we start doing pushes and PRs, the pipeline runs and generates the NuGet packages and then generates a release for that.
And then push to NuGet packages, I guess.
Yeah, and then push to NuGet eventually, but right now the main one is just, can we get a local NuGet created and then create it as a release?
I've been when I've been doing a little bit of this, I've been using this. Do you use GitHub Actions for this, or what is the plan?
Yeah, GitHub Actions.
Yeah, probably a good idea. But I've been using this cake script when I've been doing these things.
Cakes what?
So a cake. So the cake is kind of a C# version of make, maybe. And what I like about cake when I used it is that I can debug the entire build process locally, and then I run it. Just the publishing part. I just run the publishing part as a GitHub action because I cannot do that locally or something like that. But what I like about it is that you can kind of debug it locally, your entire build, so to say. Because if you run GitHub Actions, at least I don't know any way of running GitHub Actions locally.
Right.
And therefore, usually when you have problems, you push it and you it doesn't work.
Make changes.
And then it takes and you have this infinite amount of commits. It feels like where you just make a small changes and it doesn't work. But when I use Cake, for example, and this is not the only tool, then you can run this loop on your local machine until it works, and then you push this thing to GitHub, and then you might need to run a few takes more, but usually I think it's very good, so to say.
Yeah, and that's cool and all. Like, I just want it to be automated though. Anything that makes it to where I have to manually do stuff. But you have to manually write. You have to manually write these GitHub Actions anyway. I'm not saying you should use this thing, but I used it, and I enjoyed it. Yeah, it just sounds like you would have to manually run Cake yourself if you're wanting to create a release.
There is a GitHub action to run Cake.
Oh, it is a GitHub action. Oh, all right. Yes. It sounded like you were talking about that you were running Cake on your local machine to generate the NuGet files.
Yes, and then you can take this Cake script and you can trigger the GitHub action on that Cake script. And then it runs on there, but it runs the same code, the same build steps in the GitHub environment as you do locally. And the benefit here, in my opinion, is that you can debug it locally. Just run it until it works. There might even be debugger. And then when it works locally, then you deploy it to GitHub Action and trigger it and see what happens.
I like that a lot. Would you be interested in walking us through setting that up?
I can, yes.
If not, that's totally okay. I don't want to put pressure on you.
No. But I might not have a perfect example here, but I think I have something that is pretty good here, which is just an example. I don't say this is the right way to do it. Because I made a tool called making 6 images of pictures, and in that thing I want to sort of I want to trigger. I want to build this thing and I want to publish it to NuGet. And to be honest, I haven't fully set this up in GitHub, but I know it can be done. And I've done it before in other things, but I think this project could be interesting to look at. So this is the C#, this is the build script, so to say.
Okay.
And I do a few things here in this build script here. I capture some. You can capture arguments, and I look for a solution path, and I set object variable, and this is C#, so to say. And then, in order to get the versioning here, and this is not the right way to do it, but it's one way to do it. I use the tag to find out which version should my published package have. So the way I do it is I if you scroll down there, you see get git tags, and this is all built into Cake, how to interact with Git, so to say.
Okay, cool.
So, and this is, you don't have to do it this way. This is a little bit of complicated, perhaps.
I'm just following along right now.
Yeah. But the basic idea is I extract the version number because I'm going to use this version number later on for my NuGet package. So this is the setup. But the basic idea, if you scroll down a little bit, and it's just a regular expression here, is I have you define tasks here. So I have a task called clean, which cleans stuff, and that is line 51.
Whoa, I hate it when it does that to me.
And then I run this built-in command called .NET clean for the solution path, which then cleans this and use the configuration. And then I run build, and I say build depends on clean. So, in order to run build, first you run clean. Yeah. Then you run clean. And then I run my test project.
Oh, this is so cool.
Which I'm not sure I have, to be honest, but in the theory is there that I have a test project.
I have tests.
Yeah, but I don't have. So when you run test, first you run clean, then you run build, and then you run test. And now we get to pack project, which is we're going to create a package here. So in order to create a package, the test has to succeed. At line there.
So real quick, before we continue with that part, does this change much when I have configured the NuGet in my CS proj? So every single time I do a build, the NuGet package is going to be generated. So if I just did a local build now, then in our output, we're going to see generated automated realms.data import utility.1.0.0.new package.
Yeah. The only thing I changed, you see I sent in the configuration file, so I changed the version number. But I have the same thing here, right, in my thing, where I have set up tags, like in the CS project, like you did here. So in order to do the pack, I need to find the version number. I don't know why I call it BS. Build settings, that's the idea. So I created .NET build setting, then I set the version number to this thing. Right. If the version number doesn't exist, let's use 001. And then I pass in
when you say build settings, sorry I keep interrupting you, but this is really cool.
Yeah.
When you say build settings, do you mean the directory.build.props?
Let's go back to the code because
this file here, because this is where I set up a property for version. If you specify it from whatever is doing the build, then it'll use that version number instead of the 1.0.0.
I don't think that's the same thing, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
Okay.
So to say.
Hi, DB.
But let's. So create build settings, because the pack program takes builds, and then I pass in the configuration that is release or debug, whatever. I say no build and no restore because we already done it, and then run it with these build settings. And now you get this thing, and now finally you have this published to NuGet package, and then you can publish it using, you put in the path here, and then you put in NuGet API key that you can put in kind of an environment variable and things like that in GitHub, and then you can publish it to NuGet, and you can run this whole thing here. And in the end, I have the thing for triggering on GitHub action. So the GitHub action is supposed to trigger this thing here, which runs publish to NuGet, which runs the rest. And then
this is actually a publish to NuGet.yaml in your GitHub actions.
So this kind of, you can run this locally, and if this runs locally, fine. Then when you push this to GitHub action and instruct GitHub to say, okay, run my new cake script on your build, I find that then it might take 3 tries until it works. And the benefit here, Cake, I think, the big benefit is you can run this locally and create your process the way you want it to be and sort of build in logic. And then in the end, okay, let's run the same thing, but in GitHub action. And to me,
then
I think
for that one, are you saying run the actual cake itself in GitHub action? Because like you said, you can. Action, yeah, let's see.
But there is a GitHub action to run cake. So I think this is the one. I'll send you a link.
Okay, so it's actually a build step, and it's not. I'm so used to Azure DevOps where you can even for a step, like let's say you're building your workflow, you can add a step using the UI without needing to know this stuff. Which maybe is what this is. Yes. Okay. Found it.
So I think it's basically you say run cake, and here's the script, and run that, and then it tries to run it, and hopefully it does the same thing in GitHub as it did locally for you.
Yeah. Cool.
And for me, by the way, hello there, TV gamer.
Yeah.
Next
question is, was that folder where the NuGet package was output to specified somewhere?
I think it's a standard place it ends up, or I specified it in my project somehow, so to say.
Yeah, because mine will go to the bin folder.
Yeah, but wherever it goes, you can just pick it up. So I don't know if you want to try it, but I think the first step is to...
I do. I really do.
You have to do a .NET tool install in your GitHub repo. So the way I do it, you typically use the command line, but maybe it is not the best way to do it.
We absolutely can. I follow instruction well. I do ask a lot of questions while we are going through the instructions, so I hope that's okay.
So if you have the terminal there, it's very small, but first thing, if you don't have it, you have to create this tool manifest.
Let me get to the right. Okay. And do I want to be in the project folder?
I think it should be in the root folder, but a little bit uncertain.
Because let me show you the folder structure for this project real quick, so that you know why it's set up the way it is. But I'll try to zoom into the terminal here shortly. And in fact, I'll just open a new terminal. So this project has a source folder, and then in that source folder, I have a data import utility solution that only contains the projects that will get the NuGet packages generated for them. And then I have the one that's used to generate the GitHub Pages sample app, which shouldn't be a part of this process at all. So that's why it's like I only wanted to apply to the data import utility portion inside of source. Yeah,
but your cake script can do that. I don't know where the best place to install a tool manifest, but I think it's on the root folder in the Git repo.
I will do that. So let me open terminal. Terminal. And we will cd. Oh geez, let go. cd repos. It's on, it is here. Git automated realms data import. Okay. Basta. Failed to scan.
Oh, what happened here?
Template. Oh, let me zoom into this.
But it created successfully. You got a lot of mouse warning, and then you should install this cake tool. Like this.
Ooh, it's really hard to copy from this window. And you are using Discord to see my screen, right? Because there's no lag on Discord.
No, I watch your Twitch. And then you can type SSS .NET tool run .NET cake, or however, there are different versions, right? So you can trigger this thing here. .NET cake. For some reason.
.NET cake? Oh my gosh!
So you see. If you look up, if you look up there.
This. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's just short version, but you can type that cake. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is no build.cake currently because we need to create.
Yeah. So it says, okay, you don't have the build cake, so then you need to create that build cake file, right?
Yeah. And so you still recommend putting this file in the root?
And that's what I do, but we can start there, and then maybe when it works, you can move it around.
Yeah, because the only thing I like having in my root folder is
it might not need to be there, but I think it kind of is the practice to have it there, I think. But I'm not really expert, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you've used it more than me, so I'm just going to follow your example at the moment.
So, and then you can open this cake file. I don't know if Visual Studio shows this nice, but yeah, you can try it. If you open this, I attempt to edit this in Visual Studio Code.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like in Visual Studio, and then if it's ugly, we'll open it in code. I have no problem doing that. I'm just going to copy paste yours.
Yeah, take this clean step, for example, which is very simple.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we'll take. I'm going to keep this just because you have it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't need regex if we're just. Right, and we're not going to publish to NuGet yet. Solution path is going to be source.
Yeah, that should be updated with your
source data import utility, and it is this.
Yes, hello Tyndall. I'm on stream today.
Hi Tyndall.
There was no one else here, so I thought I had to do. I had to do it.
Not have to, but
I'm joking.
I really, really appreciate you being here because this is really cool. I'm loving this.
And then if you take this, just the clean step, which is, I think the rest will work, but I thought we could just make it simple, right? Before we make it complicated or more complicated. So if you look at the code again, or maybe you take everything. The idea here, what this thing here is that I compute. With this logic, I compute the version number that we should get.
Right, and I do like that. I want to keep that.
Yeah, so maybe
too.
If you like it, you can just copy paste that code.
Yeah.
And use it.
We'll copy paste it all, comment out stuff that we aren't using at the moment.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oops, and I put it.
Yeah, maybe just take Control A on everything and start from scratch.
Yeah. Cool, and then I also needed the namespace.
No, I think you got a duplicate there up there, right? No.
Whoa, thank you so much for the follow. I think they're following me because of you, but I really appreciate it.
Sure. But I think you duplicated by mistake the NuGet API thing there. Yeah. If you save this now, what you should be able to do, and if you scroll down, I want you to remove one thing. So find the clean command.
Absolutely.
And if you remove this with criteria, or at least comment it out, because what this thing does is that it will just, it's saying only execute build clean if you send the rebuild option. But I thought for this case, we just comment this thing out. And now, the way it works, task does clean. So I think what you can do here is you go into the tab. You don't have to comment it out, but you can do it.
Okay.
That's okay. Because we're not going to execute these actions anyway. This one you should remove, the last one here, because this up here quite generic, but the last thing there, you see, generate reference. This is just me. I generate a bunch of stuff for testing of these 6 things. That's not relevant at all for you.
Cool.
The rest is good. So now, if you save this file.
Saved. Oh, hold on. Everything that says Sixel tool let's do.
Yeah, you can comment it out. It's okay. But...
Yeah. This would probably fail anyway because of.
You don't specify the NuGet API key, right?
Yeah, and that too. So, yeah, I don't have that. And you have that as an environment variable, I saw?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's injected as an environment variable.
Yeah, and the problem, like one of the issues that I ran into is because I'm doing so many different technologies on my own, my environment variable, my path is too big. And then every time that I change it so that I'm using
but this
variables,
is not the path environment variable. This is
oh, it is.
I don't know, but
never mind.
It's a NuGet API key environment variable. So in order to
actually,
test the
I might
flow,
have that set. Oops.
Yeah, so that's a good thing to not execute that thing by mistake then. But shall we try to execute the clean step?
All right.
So
and I do
you
that
save it
by .NET. I did.
Yeah, and .NET Cake thing. So is it .NET Cake?
Oh, here. Okay, .NET Cake.
Yeah.
I was going to do it in here because it'll.
So try that thing. See if it works. Hit enter.
This one. .NET Cake.
Got it. Yeah. There is that. Yes, that. So. Okay, you see. Okay, now it runs clean.
Awesome.
Runs builds. So let's hit Control C. We don't really know where it ends, but you see it's working because I want. So.
Yeah, I think if we just, I want to see where it outputs to.
What is the default target? If you scroll up here, there's a target that is the default one. So if you scroll to top.
All the way at the top. Okay.
The pack is good. It runs through the test. Okay, so if you don't say anything, it runs everything until the test step.
Oh. Okay, so it stops at test.
Yeah.
Very
That's
cool.
kind of stuff.
So that's what that means.
But I didn't
let me make
remember.
a note for myself here. Target indicates where to run through because it will run tests.
Yeah,
as well.
It will run tests. Yes. So, but you can specify the targets you want to run. So if you go back to,
because it's an argument. I like that.
If you go back to this thing and you type that up and then you type -- target equals, I believe.
I was waiting for you to tell me that.
And then equals target equals clean. I think it's this thing. It might fail, but if you type clean here, it should put from plain.
We'll try. Yeah, perfect.
And you see also it says tip is not tagged with version. So it figured out, okay, we don't have a version, all good. So now we just run the thing, and if you instead type build, it then will run clean and build. And once again, what I like here is that we can debug this logic locally.
And when you say debug, do you mean that you can actually attach a debugger during this?
Or at least you can run it locally. I think there are debuggers, maybe we should do code. But for me, at least, you can run everything. You can run things locally and find out if you have issues locally without needing to deploy this to GitHub. So the developer cycle, in my opinion, gets much shorter, so to say. Yeah, but now we clean it every time. And they might think that's not necessary. So then we can take back this VIF criteria that we commented out before.
Hold on. Let me write one more note here.
Yes, exactly that thing, TBD Gamer. That is the big benefit. So if you take back now this, if you scroll down and you find and you found this clean action,
Uh-huh.
and then you remove this criteria, then and we run this again, then we can see what happens.
Okay.
So you save it, and then you run with the build, and if things go well, what will happen is
It only does the build step. It doesn't do the clean step. That's awesome.
It skips clean step. Yeah, exactly right. You see, it skip, and then
how do I tell it to do rebuild?
I think you just have to insert argument rebuild. So I think you just type in dash rebuild or something like that.
Single dash?
Yeah. I'm a little bit uncertain. Can look it up, but
yeah.
It says has.
I mean, we're gonna try it. We don't need to look it up. We'll just try it out.
Yeah. Yes.
Rebuild. Attach debugger to process 38.940 to continue.
That's strange.
So you can actually attach a debugger to this. That's so.
But why did it say it when we pass the rebuild?
It's probably because the actual arguments need to appear at the end. The dash arguments, maybe. But
yeah, maybe we should double dash. Okay.
Yeah, we'll try it. We'll keep trying things. I hope you're okay with me experimenting this way. This is just the way that I work.
Yes.
That's how I learn. But this is so cool.
This is. I didn't know it stopped on.
Yeah. How do you manually 38.940? I thought that there was a way for you to be able to type in the PID. And if it actually does breakpoints and exceptions in the cake file, this is going to be so cool. I really appreciate you showing us this.
Yeah, it's double dash for rebuild. Yeah, and if you send rebuild with a single dash, for some reason it asks for the debugger. I don't know why. So if you typed in double dash there, it would have executed.
That was cool. Okay, so double dash rebuild and no debugger attach thing.
Yeah.
Control E. Thank you, Marcus Voice Coder. And there it is. Clean happened.
Then shall we try the pack command then? Because the pack command is really where we build the package file.
Oh yeah, certainly.
But so you can see that it becomes. Well, it's interesting to see where it ends up.
We'll let that go. I need to update this to say
that's
rebuild. It's doing test, and here is pack. And where do you output to pack? It didn't tell us. Like, it showed us, but it didn't actually stay there. It cleaned while it was doing it.
Yeah, but we can probably find it.
Cool. It's already open. It's open over here. Okay, if we go to root, we got tools, add-ins. Okay, so this is specifically just the cake add-in. Source, data import utility, this project. None of these are new. So it would have to be
where did I have this thing?
Oh, that's obj. I need bin.
So if we are looking for, what if you look at source? Is there a new package file? Or is that specific?
No,
to me?
not in any of the folders above the project itself.
Yeah. But where did you configure it to go? Or
I just let it output to wherever it goes to, and that is the bin / target.
It might be this. What is this 001 there?
Yeah, it's definitely this. It is absolutely this. Because mine would have said 1.0.0.
Yeah.
So all of these 001s are the ones that were generated by Cake.
So now we should not push this, right? But if what we can do is also is using this trying to set a version number. So you want to give this a specific version number, so it got this thing here.
Yes.
So if you go to the terminal and you type git tag and v character, and for example 1.0.0, one word, so to say, right? Yeah, like that. Yes, so that. Yes. So now if you run the clean command just to try it, or the build command, it should say it found it if you done this correctly. So you don't have to run the pack command. It takes a little bit of time. So you've done this right.
This is so cool. I love this. And this is going to be recorded so I can refer back to this.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
so then the way I do that, right, is you can sort of make the GitHub action to say, well, if the tip is not tagged, if the master or if the top of the
like we're just deploying to main, and then later on
but you don't want it to publish new version because you think it's not ready yet, but then you tag a commit and say, and then you can make the Cake say, okay, then I run this thing, and this has a tag which matches this version, and then I'm going to pick this up and then publish it to NuGet. So then you can sort of tag, this version is great, tag it with the thing and start to build on that hash.
Yeah, and if this was going to be like an official product, that was going to be large scale and widely maintained, I would use the process of creating a release branch off of main and then tagging that. Or first a release candidate and then the release off of that release candidate. But yeah, that's like if we were going to be 100% official about this. But right now, I think it's fantastic that we would just use whatever PR.
If you run the pack command right now, then we should see that it now builds a 1.0 version.
Yeah. Or we should change it to... how do I remove a tag?
How you want to remove tag? Okay, yeah. The tag is...
I could definitely Google it myself, but... I wanted it to be a different number than the default.
Oh, yeah.
But right now it should have...
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, yes. If you run the pack command now, in theory.
I will. But right now, this branch should have 2 tags, right?
Does it? Maybe.
Because I thought branches could have multiple tags.
It might be, actually. I'm not really sure. Tag minus D is how you remove something. So if you tab...
yeah. And that's what I'm used to. Like, you always have the 2 options. You can either do the dash and then the whole word, or just regular dash. Thank you.
That should work, I think.
Yep.
Now you go to dot there. Yes. So we see, does it find the right version? Yes. So then I find when I'm using it that I can start writing more, interesting and complex sort of script, which is also a good and bad thing. But it's so good that you can run this locally and have a much shorter
over and over. Yeah. Oh, it didn't clean. We still have the old ones. So let's tell it to clean.
Hopefully it does that. Or maybe it doesn't clean us whole. We will see.
Oh yeah, because what if wherever this lives, which I didn't actually go to, did I? No, this is in bin. Cool. So if I refresh, it should be empty. And the .0.0.
No.
Are you maybe debug?
I'm not sure.
No, that's release. But take us to this folder.
Yeah. Can you go to the folder there and we can see where it is? Yeah.
So clean.
Yeah, I guess it should.
My NuGet packages.
Yeah, maybe because the builds don't know about it. I don't know why. It's fixable. This is always fixable.
I mean, it would make sense though, right? Because you wouldn't want to delete your old versions, your old NuGet packages, if you're hosting them yourself. We will be deploying it to NuGet, which of course has version history there. But if we're only doing the releases, you won't be able to make a release on a file that doesn't exist in your repo, right?
But I believe now, if this was good enough for you, it's not certain, because it looks like the logic here is missing, that we should only publish this if there's a tag, right? But
yes,
that should be rewritten in that case. So is the publish code like that? Let's look at the publish code.
Absolutely.
Maybe I have been smart. It's not certain. Also, another nice thing about this is that, yeah, because I think what this code should do here is that it should. Oh yeah, no, you see, with criteria, BD version is not null. So this publish.net only runs if it found a version.
Yep. Yeah, so it won't ever publish. And then when it does publish, it is going to publish our current version that we just created only. Yeah.
If this path is correct, right? Yes. So
yeah, I just updated it.
Yeah. So and also all of this thing is in kind of a C# language. It is C#, so to say. But it's it was created before this these program files. No, what I mean, there was this. It's kind of like script C#, and it was created before the time where we also type class program and static class and so on, static main. But so it kind of looks like these new program files where you don't have to specify the main function, but it actually comes before that time. And it's a lot of stuff built in. Cake is not the only thing. It's got lot of add-ons that you can find and use, so to say. So I think this is very useful. It really changed for me when I write more complex.
Yeah.
And when I say complex, it's basically anything more complex than just building stuff. I go to Cake these days, and because I like that I can run it locally. That for me is a big benefit.
How do you? I'm sure it's in your repo. Yeah, me too, TBD. How do you specify the output location of your NuGet package?
Well, I had to check the code because I don't remember.
Yeah, that's why I was checking the code too. Packaging is .NET Tool. Nope, not that one. Possibly in the CS proj or FS proj, but same thing. Restore.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I said it. I don't see it.
It's probably just what F# does. Nope, you have it here. Package output path. I like that a lot.
Oh.
I'm gonna use it.
Amazing.
Yeah, and then the other thing is that I will be generating 2 NuGet packages that will be deployed. One is just a library by itself, and the other is the component library, the Blazor component library. So that's good. But I do want that, and that's going to go in my directory.build.props.
Yeah, so that's a very short introduction to Cake stuff.
Absolutely loved it.
And yeah, I find it really useful.
we're gonna put it up one level. We're gonna put it up one level. Okay, which means that you are actually just gonna be source new package. And then essentially what I would do is we would get that one, and we would get, so pretty much 2 steps, and these can run in parallel.
Yeah, and then when you run your GitHub action, you depend on both of them, I suppose.
Okay, so publish component library, and you are published. And these tests here don't need to be named anything specific, right, in order to work?
No.
Okay.
No, and it can be anything. Oh, I suppose it's easier if you make it so it's not you don't have any spaces and stuff in them.
Oh yeah. There are some conventions to follow like that. Okay, well, awesome. I just want to see if this thing now target. What are we doing? We're going to build.
Maybe
is target case sensitive?
Not sure. Maybe.
All right. What we should be able to see then is in this folder here, we're going to get a new .new package. No, it's going to be in the solution folder. Because I needed to go up 2 folders.
But did you get it? Did you get it? I only saw the build step. Or did you get it?
It should have. Oh, you're right. It didn't do a clean. Oh, it did. According to this, it did do a clean, but I didn't see it up here. Oh, it's there. Okay. It did clean and build.
Yeah, okay.
That's cool. Okay, so I actually wanted to go up 2 levels. Because I really don't want it in the solution itself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it in source either. I really do want it in root.
Yeah.
Oops. Nope, that's not how you do that. Where are we? Directory.build.props is where I was trying to go. All right, one more again. And while that is doing that, let's clean up. Not you. Let's delete this folder. But yeah, I didn't realize that the bin folder doesn't remove the lower versions of the NuGet package that gets generated even on clean. Because clean probably all it does is removes the framework folders from inside of it.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's our new package with our NuGet packages. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Except why are they 1.0.0? They're 1.0.0 because this is from the build process and not from Cake. So did Cake still output to bin?
No, because you see in Cake, I can only see it run the build. It didn't run the pack command.
Oh, right. I meant to do pack. Oops. And I think we just determined that it's not case sensitive for target. Which means, how do you do that then? If Cake is the one that does the NuGet package generation.
Yes.
You don't have generate package on build set is how you do it, because the pack step is the one that, oh yeah, cool, even better. That'll make our local builds faster too.
Faster, yes.
Let's do that. And that's just as simple as turning that off. Okay, so right now in that folder, we should have 1.0.1. We do. Okay, so delete it all. And just for my sanity, I'm going to delete it out of the bin folder, just to prove that it's not trying to dump anything in here either. Man, really, really appreciate you showing us, Kate.
Oh, lucky chance.
Yeah. It was a great community topic.
And I basically had, I'm not saying this is the right one, but I had at least a good example.
Yeah. And pack, and I keep going to the wrong folder. Okay, so bin folder there didn't have any NuGet packages. Got that. See? And package. And there they are. I have the source generator generating a NuGet package too. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so
and that
at
just
work,
helped me with a thing. Okay, go ahead.
I've been using these build cakes to do a lot of stuff that are kind of complex sometimes, because I want things to work a certain way in a build. But then I've been, which I believe I could never make it work with Azure DevOps Actions. Not because they don't support it, but because I could not stand iterating until it gets right. But when I run this thing, I run locally and sort of, and learn things. And then I deploy it, and then maybe Azure DevOps says to me, okay, this doesn't work either. Okay, but then I can refactor it into a way that sort of will work.
Because Azure DevOps is different than GitHub Actions, the way the workflows are written.
But the basic idea is the same. I have an Azure DevOps task that says run my cake script, so to say.
Oh, yeah. How about that? Let's go ahead and publish these changes. Can we go ahead and create a GitHub action, since that's something you said you don't have yet, and we could figure out how to do that?
Yeah, we can try it and see what happens. Yes, and don't push the tags yet, because if the tags are not pushed, it should just run the GitHub action, but not try to see what I mean. It shouldn't try to push it.
Is it normal to also push the tool itself, or should that be part of my documentation that says
push what?
You would need to install the cake tool?
Since you have done this tool manifest, right? It remembers. You should check in the tool manifest.
So check in the tool manifest, which is.
And then when you get it up, you might need to do .NET Tool Restore.
Okay.
But so I think it does that automatically in this thing. But so when you get the Git repo and you have the tool manifest, you cannot run Cake, but then you do .NET Tool Restore, and it installs all the tools and then you can run cake.
Because I don't want to check in the binaries and stuff for.
No, the binaries
the tool.
shouldn't. But the manifest is the important thing.
Yeah, got it. Okay, where is git ignore? Not part of the solution. And I also want to delete the build test publish YAML. No, I don't. Just kidding. Okay, so we want to ignore the tool. Is it tools, plural? Tools folder.
Yeah.
Bye. All right, and then you said remove the tag. Because we're not ready for that yet.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yes, good. So in theory,
So this is the thing that we should need in order to get Cake installed when we do .NET Tools.
Yes. I think I have this set up somewhere, so I will look at some of my repos to see if I had a tool. But in theory, this could be pushed, and then.
Interesting that we have manually specified 400, but I'm gonna go ahead and change it to 500 because that's what's in the.
Okay. Yes, but debug it locally first. But
yeah.
But yes, that should be the way. I think this was I wrote this when only had 4 available. Yeah, it was the way.
Yeah, and even then it seems like I guess this is more documentation for the file itself to say we were targeting this specific version when we wrote this file, so it may not work with later versions.
Yeah, it could be some things because we do, but the most thing we do with Git is to sort of extract the version, and that seemed to work here, I suppose.
Yeah, cool. And then we see that we now have the .0.0.1 because we can still do the pack even if we don't have a version number. It's just we won't do the publish to NuGet. Perfect. Okay. I will eventually want the NuGet package folder to publish. Do I? Maybe not. So if we leave the not what I meant to do. If we leave the nupkg in git ignore, then that means that if we build locally and generate a NuGet package, that's not going to get pushed to the repo. And when someone clones the repo, they won't get the new packages either. Yes.
I think that's right, but you might think different, and that's okay.
No, I'm agreeing with that right now. Yeah. Yes.
I'm so bad at the GitHub action.
I was considering it and making that executive decision. Okay, so are we ready to push?
Yes, I think so. I found my old project that actually does this thing on thing, okay. Right? So
that'll be helpful.
But I don't remember at all how I set this up. But you can see.
Is this just a typical name for it? Is that? I don't know how to get to the edit. You go to the code.
Or maybe this is not right. But this does run a GitHub action, because what this thing here does is that I create pages for my web page using GitHub actions here, using build cakes. This thing, even though it might not publish, it runs the GitHub cake thing, which is the important thing here. But how do I do? How can I see what it does? How can I see the actions it's doing?
Like, isn't there a way that you're supposed to be able to see the file itself without cloning? the repo?
Yeah.
Because I know that you get that .github workflows folder when you clone the repo.
Oh, you do. But I thought that was, as you said, it should be possible to do here, I think, right?
Yeah.
Because I can
think
click a new workflow and then I can type in stuff.
Kindle?
So I should be able to edit and understand what an existing workflow does.
Maybe if we go directly into a given build.
This is strange names. Attestation. What is an attestation? Available runner. Yeah, but where is the actual kind of script?
Here's the content. You know what? Because I do want to be conscientious of our time, I'm just going to clone your repo, and we'll look at it on disk.
Yeah, I'm confused by GitHub.
What do you go by? Mranch. How do you pronounce your last name? Ronge?
Ronge.
Ronge.
Yeah. So wrong is kind of not right, but kind of close.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Ronge.
So that's...
Ronge.
Yeah.
I want to say it with the Japanese accent though. Make directory mronge. It got clone.
Yes, you should not be surprised by that at all, Thindal, that I generated the entire site with T4. I tried this cool tool that people recommended, which I forgot the name of, but it took too long to generate the site for me. I got very frustrated. So I generated using T4 instead. Also, I wasn't smart enough for other tool to figure out how to. It's better, but I couldn't figure it out.
Why didn't it clone?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I thought. Well, now I'm gonna ask ChatGPT now.
Folder.
How can I edit the steps of a?
So Tyndall, what we're looking for is the YAML file for this
.github. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll search.
Yeah, you're right. It says that should be there, but why isn't it cloned? And why isn't that in the name? It should be in the source repo, right?
The contents, plural, I think.
Because we can see that the action is there. There's an action that's doing stuff. But then I don't find it.
Is the action in a different branch only? Is that maybe the thing?
Oh. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, let's watch the folder and do some checkouts. Let's check out tool, because that's easy for me to remember and I don't have to keep going back and forth. Oops. Stop it. We're going to do this. Git checkout tool. That's not a repository. I'm not in the repo. There we go. Do we have the folder yet? Nope. Git checkout front end.
All workflows, pages.
Wait, something disappeared. What disappeared? Assets. Okay. And what is this manage one? Oh, it's not managed. It's mwrong desktop. I'm trying my hardest to say your name correctly because I like saying things correctly.
ChatGPT says you should be able to find this YAML file. Yeah, but where is it?
there any YAML files? No YAML files. At least not in that branch. Last one. Simplified startup.
I wonder, because it doesn't look like when I did it. I wonder if this is an old version of, and maybe I use an old version of actions, because this is kind of old, this thing here. But it's annoying. I want to be able to see it.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How is that possible?
I guess you have to write a new one.
Yeah. I mean,
but
unless it was stored differently because of... No. I mean, I doubt it would be in logs. Push to checkout sample. Objects. The trigger is in the file on GitHub. So specifically on GitHub, which is where we are, here is our action. So is this what Snobble is saying? Is it just that this was created using an older version of GitHub Actions that didn't generate a YAML file?
I'm wondering that, because I don't remember creating a YAML file.
Yeah. So something about trigger, you said? It ran on the commit cake.get, which is the latest one.
Yes. Yeah, maybe it's just easier to create a new YAML file and pick in the cake thing. I thought this would help, but I don't think it has helped.
Yeah, unless it really is just using this .cake file and using that as your publish. What was it called? Publish build deployment, which we would have seen because Thindle recommended that I do a content search for that text, and I don't see it anywhere.
No, it's not that old thing, I agree, but why can't we find it? Annoying. Strange.
Yeah. Someone ate the cake, that's what happened. Okay, well, how about we parking lot this? We sidebar this, and we'll come back to it. Yeah, and I like this. I'm gonna steal this too. .NET tool restore, .NET cake, -- target all. You can do target all too. That's cool.
I might have a target that is named all.
Oh, okay. So probably if all is defined or something. I'm just gonna do and the rest, and then I don't need to worry about the shader tool, although that would be really cool to see. But I do need to get back to my Workday, so
yeah.
This has been
amazing. But I think it was
a lot of fun.
Productive.
Very
almost got there.
And we do have it checked in, so it's in the public repo. We'll look at it again next Friday, but if you get bored and you're like, I want to look at it now and try to create it, please feel free to.
It should be close-ish. Anyway, so you have a good day and I have a good night. And
you too. First, I don't know if you know, it's customary that we do stand-up just before the end of the stream. So if anyone in chat wants to do stand-up, please type it in and I'll read it out for you. But if you would please do your stand-up.
What is my stand-up? What have you done today?
I don't know. What did you do in the past few days since we last spoke? What are you working on today? What do you plan on working on for the rest of your day?
I'm working on changing our Vismanet integration to support Sweden in addition to Norway, and this is for
Only.
sending invoices and other things. And since I'm Swedish, I can tell the Norwegians that in Sweden we have something called the root and root, and they said, well, how hard can that be? But it is kind of hard. The thing about that is you get tax deduction on hours worked. So now we need to sort of be able to sort of specify when we send things to an invoice. I give too much details, but we need to specify
itemize out the number of hours.
Well, this is the number of hours that have been worked, and this is the kind of hours that have been worked.
Oh, and the kind of hours too. Jeez.
Yeah. And then we will be able to implement this root and root. And you cannot basically sell in Sweden without this because it's such big difference in cost. Anyway, that's what I'm doing.
Awesome. Do you have any blockers? Do you need to talk with anyone after the stream? Do you?
Well, no, I don't plan to do that. But the blockers is. I'm kind of done. But yeah. I think people, they underestimate the amount of work because. Yeah, I get a lot of this. This can't be that too hard, but I have the opinion. Well, it might not be hard, but someone needs to do it. So even if it's easy, even if no one is doing it, it's not going to happen. Anyway, so that's my rant.
Well, I appreciate it. My really quick stand-up is that we just did Community Day. It was fun times. I'm still pretty much at the same point I was on Wednesday at the end of Wednesday's stream. My blockers are that I have no idea how to continue, so I do need help. Not really yet, but I'm going to say that I need help, so I'm going to continue the Workday stream after we are done with Community Day. And that's it for my stand-up. Yeah, TBD Gamer is thanking you. Findle gave his stand-up. I'm going to redo a project architecture for the 12th time because the 11th time I did this week turned out spaghetti. Yum. And because the project topic here, I'll probably eat something that kind of looks like a cake. A semla. Okay. Well, thank you again, Snubble, for being here, for showing us that. That was
lucky today. I didn't plan to talk about cake, but when you just said what you were about to do, I thought this is a good fit, I think.
Yeah, and it is a good fit.
So have a good day.
Again. You too.
Bye to chat.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Okay. So TBD Gamer gave his stand-up. First Thindle finished his and said, my only blocker is that I'm currently not feeling very competent. Same. So same. But be kind to yourself, especially today. Just remind yourself that you're allowed to love yourself too. Exactly as you are. Take care and have a wonderful weekend, dear friends. Well, I'm still going to continue the Workday stream. I'm just ending the Community Day stream. But of course, if you are heading out, totally okay as well. Feel free to stick around if you want. TBD Gamers stand-up is, I'm unblocked on Liquid Sky after updating things to .NET 9. Initiatives going in this weekend. And developers.stream is looking good for long stream Monday. Awesome. Looking forward to it. Vflux just says, take care. Thindle said to TBD, unblocked, was it difficult? Anything unexpected that happened? And TBD is saying, if I stopped every time I felt incompetent, I'd never get anything done. So same. I did say feeling. I'm trying to be kinda neutral on myself. On myself condescending. I mean, do you. Do what benefits you. Okay. So, as mentioned, I'm going to go to the ending screen after I switch out the scrolling text. Oops. There we go. And I'm going to do the waving, but I will continue with Community Day stream. This is just easier for me to see the timestamps so that I can put the timestamps in the description of the YouTube video. And then we will raid one lion who is going to be working on his Workday product. And definitely understand if you are already tired, don't want to stick around, you want to watch other people, please do. But if you do want to stick around and you want to just hang out and do some work together, then I invite you to do that as well. Scott is lurking. All right. So thank you again for hanging out in Community Day. Thank you, Snobble, for that amazing trip through Cake. I can't say enough good things about how I feel that went. That was awesome. It was so cool to be able to experience. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the starting screen, change the time, starting time. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, maybe grab something to stuff in my face hole, and yeah, back in a bit. Oh, I'm gonna try to get my mic to pick me up a little more. Mic check. All right, it's picking me up a little bit more. Feel free to adjust your volumes. All right, hello, and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. This is the second half of my Friday streams, which is back to Workday stream. We just had an amazing community day. Phil Snapple came into the voice channel, showed us Cake. It was awesome. I am now using Cake in the open source project, and if I ever have any future GitHub repos that need some GitHub actions, I'm going to be using Cake to write them. It was awesome. The water's kind of high. I just need to change perspective or something. But yeah, welcome in. It's Friday. I will admit that I am starting to dread going back to our core project because it was so productive in community day that I do not want to change the energy that we got from that. It was so cool. I keep saying it was so cool, but it really was. I enjoy that a lot. Yeah, this is the window swap scene. And the window that we are looking out of is somewhere in... I will not be able to pronounce that. I'm going to not even need to assume. It's somewhere in Vietnam in October of last year. Yeah. It's really nice. I like it. I like it a lot. My snack for today is this Made Good soft bake mini chocolate chip cookies. They're about this size. But hello, anyone that stuck around, anyone that decided to come in new. I need to set up my lurky turkey streams. I should have run ads to disable pre-rolls. Oh well, too late. Okay, we got Canny. We got the Visual Studio channel. Oh dear. That kind of looked like I froze. Is everything okay? Don't start this again. That's going to make the rest of the day be really, really difficult if the stream just starts to lag and do all that. If it does, I am not going to put up with it. We are going to end the stream if that happens, because I have a lot of stuff that I need to get done. Good. Awesome. It was just when I copied Canny's Twitch link so that I could paste it into multi-stream, all of my windows froze. So, yeah. Oh, this sounds great. The Visual Studio channel is currently streaming Enhancing Your Python Workflow, Environment Management in VS Code. Sounds like something I'm not sad about missing. What did that say? I'm getting all of these weird things happening. Scan to computer is no longer activated. Okay, that would be the new printer. That's fine. Life's too short for me to work on Python, says President Not Sure. I didn't actually say hello to you during Community Day stream, but hi. Hope you're doing well. I meant to say hello. Mojo is here as well. Hi, Mojo. I mean, was here. But you made the comment early on that CMake is, or that Cake is C# make, essentially, which is very cool. Awesome. I was too a little bit, and then also not at the same time. So I definitely understand. Don't let me distract you from getting done what you were trying to get done. Okay, I need to close the project here. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but in my control panel, in my sound settings, the microphone gain was turned way down. I didn't turn it down. There's all of these weird technology things happening. Oh man. This is crazy. That shouldn't have been like that though. Yeah, we'll talk about that one day. I'll get brave enough. So let's go on to the... Once I open the solution, we'll head over to the desktop. I need a sandwich. Talking about food so much. We were talking about cake the entirety of Community Day. Not once did I make a reference to actual cake, except when reading other people's chats. And now the only thing I can think of is a cake-like thing that if you squint, it looks like actual cake, according to Thindle. It's not really a cake, but if you squint really hard, it could be considered a cake, is what he said. It's called semla, which I'm probably mispronouncing. Right, I didn't actually write that method. Okay, so to the desktop. Here we go. Onward and upward. So here's where we ended up on Wednesday. We were trying to, or I'm not going to blame this on you guys at all, or make it seem like I'm blaming you for any of this, because these are decisions that I'm making. I was wanting to set up a way where we can modify or do some kind of intermediary injection for the mapping field display. The field mapper editor is what it's called. And I will show what I mean. So right now I can't run the app, so I'm just going to go to this one. This is the open source project version of it. And so in here we have this field mapper editor, which we are currently using as well. The field mapper editor is the thing that will take whatever fields are coming in from the file that you provided and allows you to map them to the data structure that we're expecting. The C# type that we said we want this field mapper process to map from whatever you're providing to. And so part of that for the lab data results is there's this field that gets assigned currently by the only lab we were using, and it's a 4-character alpha field that starts from AAAA and goes through ZZZZ. The new lab that we're using, or one of the new labs that we're using, gives us a file that does not have that field, but they do have something that looks like that field. It's just a lot more characters than we can allow, and that is called analysis batch. So this field here is that discriminator that says this is the lot. And by lot, it really does mean batch. Batch is it's a much better word for that normal people like us could, or maybe you understand lot. I don't mean to question you. Normal people like me can understand what a batch is. It is a batch of samples on the same tray, which is what a lot is. So anyway, this tells us which batch that's a part of. we are trying to yes, deflux, normal people. I mean, lay people. Is that better? Lay people when it comes to laboratory work, scientific laboratory work. I know I am abnormal, and I'm okay with being abnormal. I mean, yes, Your Honor. So what we need is a way to map from this batch number to a 4-character lot number for this lab specifically. That can only happen if we have some kind of database backing, which we do in the lab import version. Speaking of, I really need to change the title of this component in the import utility for the sample page. So we need a way to map lab, this field as being the source, this value from this field to lot number, whatever we've reserved for this specific batch number for this lab. Because the UI for the lab or for the field mapper editor is provided by this external library that I'm using as a NuGet reference to the application we're working on, which I guess I could just comment this out and comment you. Yeah, this should work. Because of that, I don't really have a way to do things like add another mapping rule, which I was expecting to be able to do. One of the extensibility things was create a mapping rule type of your own, and it'll show up in this list for them to pick, for the user to pick. Another one was to be able to customize any portion of the UI that you want. You could take the entire UI as I am providing it in the core library, or oh, this is this isn't even the main application. Or you can swap out one piece of it. Like right now, you can change the styling of it easily, or easily. Those of us that are terrible at UI are like, what are you saying, dude? Doing UI changes is not easy. So anyway, I have structured the CSS so that the rules should be relatively easy to overwrite. That's what I'm trying to say. I just need to document how to do it so that use these variable names if you want to specify the colors, the size, all of the things. These are the custom CSS properties that you overwrite in your : root CSS. And also you can tell the core components not to use the library styles at all, and you just write your own CSS for it. That way everything is just a HTML element with classes and everything on them, but those classes don't mean anything unless you write a rule for it. But what I really would like is for you to be able to, for example, switch out the entire field mapper editor component for your own implementation of it. And that's what I'm trying to implement right now. And the approach that I most recently started going down, because I've gone through so many different trials and it's like, here's a dead end for you. So the approach that we're currently going down, and now I'm inviting you in to be part of this is that I want to specify in program.cs the types for each of the components, as long as that component is an implementation of the base version of that component. If you don't specify a type for the field mapper editor, for example, then it defaults to using its built-in Field Mapper Editor implementation of Field Mapper Editor base, which is cool and all, but how do we get the parameters passed to your implementation of it and use that is what the difficulty is. So my first thought was that we do the cascading parameter / dependency injection version, where this is not the latest. But it is the latest because that render wouldn't have been there. Is this the right branch? Oh gosh, I hope that I'm in the right branch. This is the same branch. So you could dependency inject the component itself, but that doesn't make sense because you're now just dependency injecting an instance of the component when we need to be able to instantiate that component when we're ready to use it and set the parameters on it. So the error that I'm running into right now is that I don't see it. Is this even the right class? This seems to be missing a few things. So what I was doing on stream on Wednesday was setting it up so that you can do inject private field mapper editor base, field mapper editor base, which would be nullable, but this isn't a thing because if we do this, we're going to get an exception. Well, first of all, you can't have a property name the same as a class, but we're going to get an exception that says we could not provide a value for this if the user doesn't dependency inject one. We couldn't inject an instance of field mapper editor base because nothing was configured. So then I was like, well, here's the thing that I've been doing a lot lately, and I'm noticing it more how often I do this since TBD pointed it out a while ago, where he's like, I just don't get why so many people are injecting the service provider and then getting whatever resource from that service provider. And I guess the conclusion that I'm drawing based off of how often I've chosen to do this is I would take this approach, and this could be completely wrong, a bad reason for it, but yes. Oh, we'll get to allow null. Skull. Scod showed me that one. I'll show you that in a second. But the reason that I would use this is for optional dependency injections. So field mapper editor. Field mapper editor would come from service provider get service field mapper editor base, which this is what makes it optional. Oh, except we can't do it that way because when you do get service without the get required service, you have to use this version of it, and then we have to cast it. Oops, I didn't mean to cut it. So now I have an optional field mapper editor base dependency injection. So we would use this instance of it if it was configured in program.cs of the application that's using this library. However, again, that is an instance of the field mapper editor. What we need is to be able to instantiate a new field mapper editor based off of the type that they're saying to use in place of our field mapper editor implementation. So that could be a few things. That could be a field mapper editor factory, or the approach that I'm taking is now that I know that that's what I'm looking for, I am creating and options, when you're adding this library to your project and you're using the component library, you would configure the options. Oh, that's probably what it would be called. Yeah, that. Configure data file mapper UI options. That's what I want to call it. And in those options, that's where you're setting what type should I use for the field mapper editor component? What type should I use for the data file mapper? What type should I use for any of these other components that I'm specifying, so that when the application is trying to render it, what it'll do is instantiate a new version of it, a new instance of it, instantiate a new instance, create a new instance of that object type if one is specified, and then set the parameters on it. So I'm going to get stuck on the setting the parameters part, but we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, I like this approach. We're going to run with it. For deflux, this thingy here is, I'm using this in place of equals default forgiveness, null forgiveness operator, just because I think it looks cleaner. I like it much more. Yeah, but even if you do equals null, like this, you're going to get a green squiggly unless you use the null forgiveness operator. Oh, okay. I didn't see the extra exclamation point, but I see it now. I had to cross my eyes to see it. So this allow null attribute, it just looks cleaner to me. I like it a lot. Don't overuse it, just like don't overuse the exclamation point, the null forgiveness operator. Compiler. Oh my god, but what if null is null? So another place that you would see me use that, for example, is, let's say that I was capturing which thing I'm supposed to be using, which I'm gonna do, for the field mapper editor base. No, not here. In the field mapper wrapper base. Yeah, this is where I'm doing it. Okay, I was in the wrong file. So here was the original starting version, which was check to see if there is a cascading parameter first for the field mapper editor. If there is no cascading parameter, check for a dependency injected instance of field mapper wrapper. I keep saying field mapper wrapper because that one's more fun to say. Field mapper editor base, and use that. And if there isn't, then use a new instance of our default field mapper editor component. But now that I set it, I want to go back to the idea of using a factory for the field mapper editor. Because that is a way where we can have a specific type specified and have the factory create a new instance and assign the parameters as needed. Yeah. Random noob question. I'm assuming you meant noob, and those are absolutely allowed. Can I use inject in a regular CS file instead of having a constructor? I don't think so. I think the inject attribute only works in a component base file. in a Blazor component. And actually the trend is now to go the opposite. They want component-based code behind files to look more like regular C# files. So from .NET 9 and beyond, you can use a constructor and do your dependency injection so that it looks like a regular C# file. And you can even use the primary constructor as well, syntax. Oh my gosh. You're a base class too, and you're not abstract. Wow. I didn't even... Yeah, I do not do the code behind that, and it bothers Copilot since it doesn't see the code behind file when doing UI stuff, and vice versa when doing code stuff. Really? So if you were to ask Copilot a question about your .razor.cs file that includes context, I don't know, context sensitive, I think is the term I'm reaching for, context sensitive stuff to the .razor razor file. it doesn't take that into consideration when you ask it questions. I mean, I don't really use Copilot chat for needing to do anything in a code behind file that the .razor component needs. And when I am in the .razor component and I need to access a variable from the code behind or a method or anything, it does a pretty good job of seeing those. And hello, exist vixes. Although that's probably, no. I was gonna say that's probably a number, but I wouldn't know what number it is. For me, it only references the file I have open. Yeah, I mean, that definitely is what I understand GitHub Copilot Chat does. I guess it's just called Copilot Chat now and not the full GitHub. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man. But this window here, I definitely know that it only uses your open active document. Definitely know that. But when I use the inline Copilot stuff, it does just fine for me. Is it C#? It is. So I am coding in Blazor. The application that we're working on is a work product. And the work product is right now, this specific one that I'm working on, because I have a whole bunch of applications that I support, is an import tool that is used to take a CSV or Excel file that is formatted in a fairly predictable way where it has the first row has the header content of the rest of the rows, or maybe there is no header content, and then a whole bunch of data that is structured the same. So the user will be able to pick a file, put it in here, and then map to a specific target type that I am trying to get the file formatted into. Transform to is what I'm trying to say, because that's going to go into our database, and then we're going to have a whole bunch of other processes that are going to be run on it. I asked if you heard about GitHub Copilot agents. I do know about Copilot. I know about GPT agents by themselves, but yeah, I can definitely take a look at that later, but I'm gonna work on getting this portion done real quick so we can make some progress. I am writing down the URL so that I can read all about it. Or if you just want to type about it, then I'll read your message. But I really do need to push forward with code. But welcome in, Exist. I am working on... Okay, so this library, I have an open source version of it, by the way, Exist, since it seems like you've never been here. If you're interested in seeing the core library portion of this, which is the one that is just you, the developer that's consuming the NuGet package, get to decide what C# type. So in the sample library, I created this sample class that is shaped like this. And the user will, or this is the GitHub page for it. So the UI that gets shown for you out of the box if you use the component library that goes with it is the my brain is just trying to reach for the, we can use the source generator and be able to swap out the data import library for the component library. And oh gosh. Anyway, so this is what it looks like after I have picked a file. It displays the contents of that file in a data table using Excel data reader NuGet package. You can swap that out for whatever data reader you want that will go from whatever incoming file to whatever outgoing file, even if you write your own custom version of it. Then you can map the fields. So this shows you the shape of the object that we want it to go out to. You pick fields from the incoming data. You transform those fields if you need to using things like interpolate, regular expressions, mapping from one value to another. Like right now we're working on this concept of getting lot numbers. If the user were to specify this themselves, then they could just look at what is the most recently used lot number. And let's go, I say number, but it's a code. Let's go to the next one. So everything that says 280200310 will get replaced with AAAB. And that will be our new lot number. This one here will be AAAC. So they could set up that mapping every single time that they're importing a file. So that is currently an option, as long as they keep track of what numbers they've already used for that lab. But right now we're working on making it so that is automated as well, because I love automation. I love making it to where the user just pushes a button and magic happens. So Exist says, I'm currently learning C# because I got too much free time, but I just can't get to understand how strings work. Okay. Definitely feel free to start asking questions. We have a lot of really, really brilliant people in chat. I'll try to answer where I can, but I am going to start making progress as I mentioned. But yeah. Is there anything in specific about the concept of strings specifically that you are not understanding? Okay. So we're working on the UI. Oh, right. So for these options that I'm thinking, this approach that we're going to push forward with, even though I want to try going the source generator route, that's what's really, really tugging at me right now. But we're so far into this one that I just want to see this one through to the end. What I'm doing is we'll have these options that can be set up by the developer to specify, here is the type of field mapper component to use when you are displaying the field mapper editor. And when they are setting that up, if they choose a field mapper component type, so again, we're only talking about types here, then I am checking when they run it, they'll get runtime exceptions, but they'll get it immediately when they try debugging this. I wish I could do it as compile time exceptions. I'm sure there's a way to, but I don't know how to do that immediately. And we're just trying to get through this. So if the value is null, then that's fine. That just means that they're clearing it out. If actually, let's do it like this. If the value is null, then we just return. Or we just set this equal to null. That's fine. And then return. Oh. Then we set this equal to type of field mapper editor. So our own internal field mapper editor. My bad. Wait, this is not nullable? I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that is absolutely okay. We're explicitly stating what our default is, what our default type is. Okay. So if they specify a type that is not an implementation of the field mapper editor base, we're going to tell them. If they are not giving us an instance of an, not an instance, a concrete class, we're going to tell them. If they're giving us a, why do you have a problem with generics? This one was a Copilot one. I don't know why it would prevent a generic. It would prevent a generic because our internal logic for when we're displaying the field mapper editor does not specify T item. So we can't allow generics. And finally, if it is an interface, we tell them. Isn't there one more? There was a value type version. So like essentially I want it to be a class with a default constructor. That's all. Ooh, exist is stating their situation. I'll read it out loud. And then I'll continue with this, but if anyone does have feedback, which I think you guys are already giving them feedback. So exist says, Master was asking, what about how they work? Don't you understand? And do you have other programming language that confuses you other than C#? Or that confuses you on C#? Exist is saying, I've watched an 8-hour tutorial about C#, but the guy that made the tutorial just kept changing subject every 5 minutes. It was hard to get what he was explaining. Was that the one that you watched? Was it the foundations in C#? Introduction? Yeah, this one. Fundamentals of C#. That's what I meant. This is the only 8-hour C# video that I know. Jeez, that's loud. I forgot that I had to turn my headphones up so that I could hear Snobble. Since I had to turn us both down to match. But yeah, this is the only one that I know. I think Deflux is providing a project that will help with something. I'll get to that in chat once I catch up. I hope. But this one I thought was pretty good. But if this is the one that the that you were watching and you say that, I would like to know, because I recommend this video to people. And then thank you, Dukasoft. Or was it Dukasoft? Did it just ignore your command? Is that what happened? Yeah, okay. So I was trying to think of that command, but learn C# full course. Okay. So maybe start with this fundamentals. It's an 8-hour video. If you don't want to sit through another 8-hour video, completely okay. The course that Dukasoft just posted is a very cool course from Free Code Camp, and at the end of it, you will actually get a fundamentals in C# certification. The guy that made it, well, keep in mind that the people that present on Free Code Camp aren't necessarily Free Code Camp employees or directly associated with Free Code Camp. They are just people that Free Code Camp invited to give a presentation on whatever topic. Hello, Draw Curiosity. I was lurking on your stream on yesterday. That's all that I can say. I was just lurking. Because yesterday was insane. Yesterday was crazy. All right, let me see if I can catch up on chat so that we can find out what has already been recommended to you. Are you looking for something specific with strings as TBD? I'm trying to learn C#. I've always used GDSVEIPT. I don't know what that is. Maybe that was supposed to be GD script and your finger was just off to the right a little bit. So GD script, which is Godot, right? And something I said was extremely vague. Or maybe exist. And I saw that Unity has more options, but I don't know C#. I know a bit of C++ from school. I now regret choosing the C++ course instead of C#. Aha. I tried coding in Unreal and it's not for me. Totally okay. Fun fact, you can do C# in Unreal. Thought they abandoned that project. Deflux says TBD. And then Deflux says, here it is. Here's the GitHub repo. And it was a different one than the one that I just showed you. And you found the name of it, or you were finding the name of it. The video is named Learn C# Full Course. Dukasoft posted the... Actually, first TBD said, oh no, it's resumed. I don't know exactly how you intended that oh no to come out, but it sounds very... why did they do that? Anyway, the guy that made it is from Free Code Camp. I heard that C# in the cards.com is also pretty good. Draw Curiosity showed up, peeking her head out. How are you doing? Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Spread the love. Send love everywhere, freely, openly, and yeah. Exist says, I also watched another 7-hour video in my own language, Italian, and that guy was more clear, but he also kept explaining things to halfway and say, we'll see it later. I was watching another video unrelated to this, but the person was like, and we'll get to that later. And they said that about everything. And it was like, you're going to have a lot of stuff to catch up on later whenever that happens. And it never did. It never did. But yeah, can totally recommend the Free Code Camp certification course. I took that one and I did the whole fundamentals thing. Foundations in C#, I think. Not fundamental. Foundations? Foundational C#. Yeah, so this is actually a Microsoft course. It just happens to be hosted on Free Code Camp because it's free. Can recommend. And then that other 8-hour video, absolutely. But another good resource is we have a lot of game developers in our community that use Unity, which means they also use C#. And then we have people that use Godot, which might also use C#, but just tons and tons of people in this community that you just found. You can hook up with other people in the community, like Irish John Games, like Big Gamey, like Canny Dev, like Anasass Dev, like TBD Gamer is a .NET developer. He's an app developer. All of these, Sedlix, all of these people, just connect with them. Ask questions on our Discord if you feel like. We're very, very welcoming to anyone that has new questions, that has questions that you might ask somewhere else and they'll be like, what are you talking about, stupid? We don't do that. We will treat you as if the question you are asking is worth answering. We may ask you to clarify though, because there are a lot of times that questions are asked without enough detail. So please don't get offended by that part of it, but we will not treat you like your questions are worthless or not worth the time of day, because they are. This Valentine's Day, can you define love? Well, I could. It would be about an 8-hour definition from me. Can I summarize that though in a few words? I don't think I could. And the reason that I couldn't is because there are a lot of topics involved that are not openly talked about, and you don't instantly lose credibility or character or person. And right now, I really, really just want to keep enjoying my time with you guys for a while. But you've heard me talking about things like the energetic forces and what is called in many different cultures different things: chi, sthira, chakra, a whole bunch of other stuff. Love equals no forgiveness operator on default. That is awesome. Nice, Dukasoft. Oh, there's so much that you could analogize from that. That was cool. But yeah, just the way that you treat each other, just the fact that you're alive is love. We'll say that. The fact that you won the lottery and were able to have a 3D incarnation. Yeah. I joined a community of a guy that makes videos on YouTube about how to code or how to start with C# to make games, but his last video, how to make a game with C# with no experience, was just an ad about some online course. Yeah, and that's another thing that disappointed is such a good word for that. I believe in spreading information freely with the intent of spreading good information, not misinformation, not just your own opinion on things without research. TBD called me out this morning, which is one of the things I was beating myself up about, but it's okay. It got better. About pretty much giving him advice with no backing. It felt like at the time advice that's just do this because it's how I've done it this whole time, which isn't how he was intending it, for one. And two, it did kind of point out that there are a lot of times where I do give advice. I'm not getting anything done. Where I do give advice, and it seems like it's coming from a place of, because this is how I've done it this whole time. This is a pattern that I just do. When really there was a lot more from me that I've done the research needed to get to the point that I was at, and then to have to recount all of that would be difficult to do in text chat. But I just realized that I am one of those people that is, here's a way to do it. You don't have to follow it, but this is how I do it, how I like to do it, and I recommend doing it this way without the backing of the why do it that way. Yeah. But that's okay. Again, it's okay. So the mapper UI defaults, options. I want to test this out. First of all, we need to figure out how to instantiate one of these. Right, and one of the things I was starting to do was to indicate what exceptions. Oh no. Again, I'm not interrupting your conversation. If you do have more to say, if anyone has anything additional to add, then please feel free to. But for you exist, again, if you give us a little bit more information about like what in particular with strings, we can go one thing at a time throughout the remainder of this stream if you want. But what is it about strings that didn't make sense? Is it the concept of what a string is? Is it the things you can do to a string to manipulate them? Is it trying to work with strings and other data types like integers or decimals, and why you can't just add a string, a number represented as a string to a numeric value? Okay, mostly things you can do with them. So think of strings as text. This is the most common word that's used for strings in just about any other language. Hold on, let me make sure that I'm getting all of these. No, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are only argument exceptions. Dang it. Yeah, so that covered them all. So a string is a text. And one thing that may help you keep everything straight is that a number stored as a text, a number stored as a string, is not equivalent to a number stored as a number. The string 1, the character 1, is different than the numeric value 1. So that's just one major thing that can help with unblocking a lot of it. So now when we're talking about doing mathematical operations with strings, you'll note that the only thing that you can really do in that regard is either convert the string to one of those numeric types first, which there are a whole bunch of helper methods in the C# language that can help you do that, like float.parse, and doing that is called parsing. So you can either convert the string to a number and then do the mathematical operations on it, or you can concatenate, which is the concept of taking some text and then putting a numeric value or some other text at the end of it, or wherever you want, essentially. So this is a form of concatenation here. You know that it's a string because it's surrounded by quotes. So here is a string that starts with the characters capital T, lowercase h, e, a space, type, a space, and then this funny character. So this is essentially a concatenation. It's called an interpolation here, but it's concatenating whatever we have in this variable at this point in this string. If this was a number, it would put the characters that represent that number here. So if it was 19, for example, it would put a 1, 9 here as a string. But if I convert a string into a number value, it will work as a normal number value. Correct. And C# is strongly typed. So that means that if I have a string here, some string equals, and then again, I'm creating a string by putting it in quotation marks. And I put 19. And notice I'm using this keyword var, but if you wanted to explicitly show so that you know what it is that I'm talking about, the data type on it, we can explicitly put the data type. I would recommend doing this until you understand how data types work. So always explicitly put the data type so you personally can learn from that. We tend to take all the shortcuts we can as developers. Yeah, so if you use var, this is a sidebar. If you use var, then the compiler will determine what data type this variable is. But once the compiler determines what that is, so it's saying that this is going to be a string, a nullable string at that, but this is going to be a string, then if you try to do something with the string that is not something you can do with strings, such as in assigning it to a numeric value, the compiler will give you an error because it sees here's a number and you're trying to assign that number to a string, and a string is text, not a number, or some other object type even. So once that type is determined, it's going to be that type from then on. Completely ignoring the concept of abstract classes and interfaces and all that. Try to ignore that as long as you can, at least while you're learning data types, the built-in basic data types. So in order to get this as a string, there are a few things. Like, let's say that was a variable. So let's make an int. And again, we'll explicitly put these types on here. Int sumNum is 25. And we wanted to assign some string to some num. We can't do that because some num is a number, is a numeric number. So instead, we could turn this into a string either by concatenating. As I was telling you, concatenating is the process of appending or prepending wherever you're putting this text together. So you can use this overloaded plus operator to concatenate that numeric value with, let's say, an empty string. That turns this here into a string, just because that's how C# works. That's one of those things that you would have to deep dive into what the overloaded plus operator does. When you multiply, for example, a number that has decimal places with a number that doesn't have decimal places, which type does it use when it outputs? And it'll be the one with the highest precision. So yeah, that's a very hard thing to keep in mind. But what will end up happening is, as you are using it, you'll notice these patterns, you'll start understanding them, recognizing them. So here is where we are turning this string. So right now the output of this is going to be 19. Oh, wait. Sorry. Let's do it this way. We're going to take whatever is here, which is 25, and then concatenate it with what was already in the value for this variable, which is 19, with no spaces or anything like that, because I didn't tell it to use spaces anywhere. This is what that would look like. And then this would be 25 space 19. But let's just go back to only concatenating this string with this number. So an integer is a whole number between negative 2 million and positive 2 million. Or is it billion? Anyway, you can look up what the lowest value of an integer is, which is shorthand for int32, which is a 32-bit integer or number. 32-bit, 32-byte, 32-bit. 32-bit number versus a long or a short or a byte, and those all have different number ranges. So anyway, that's what is currently in some string right now. But let's say we wanted to add this number to this string instead and get the value there. We know that we want a number back because they're both whole numbers. SumNum2 is going to be integer, which again is a class. It is a type, even though it's a primitive. This is going to be confusing at the moment because I'm not defining these terms: type, primitive, class. But integer is a built-in primitive or a class of int32, and it has this static method, which again is another one of those words. It just means that it can be used without having a value, is what static means. But anyway, it's called parse. And we are parsing out a numeric value, an integer value from this string. So we say we want it from this string. Are you familiar with this part of it? With doing a method call and providing arguments to methods. You said that you used Python before, and I believe that is also, it does things this way as well. And C++. No, you use GDScript. Yeah. I don't know what GDScript looks like, but I would assume that it has this kind of object.method notation where you pass in arguments. And if that assumption is incorrect, just let us know. It's almost the same, but you can take shorter ways in some parts. Yeah. So like in VB, for example, Visual Basic, especially Visual Basic for Microsoft applications, you can do something like in .parse space, and then here are your parameters. But this is C#. And this outputs a type. So even in VB, since it's a function, you would still use parentheses, but whatever, neither hither nor thither. So this is how we now have 19 as a number. And if we were to write out, let's show you another data type called Boolean. If some string, which is again this string value here, is equal to the numeric version of it, we're going to get an error for one, because you can't compare a string to a number. So this would, in other languages like JavaScript, just say false. It would be false. Maybe. I don't know for sure actually what JavaScript would say. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. But this would be false, because you cannot compare a string to a number. So this here is a way to compare values. This double equal sign will compare values unless there is an overload on the equals equals, in which case it would compare references, in which case it would compare whatever. Again, those are topics that you would have to learn. Reference types versus value types. That's a concept to learn. But right now, for just these basic things, you do not have to think about those too hard if we're just talking about strings only. So, point is, once we have turned the string into an actual number using parse, then you can do math using those. So sum num2 plus sum num. Apparently it's going to equal 44, and that is actually correct. Copilot did math. I didn't know Copilot could do math. Anyway. But anyway, does that help? Does that deobfuscate some string theory? That was terrible. No, I did not say your name. Go away. Okay. I have an iPad over there, and it thought that I said the assistant's name. I said I did not say your name, go away, and it was like, okay. Oh my gosh, that kills me. But yeah, it's way more clear now. Cool. So yeah, so all the things that you can do with strings now. You actually heard the okay. That's hilarious. You can do a lot of strings from that point. You can combine or concatenate is the term for it. Strings together. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate that. You can combine them together. You can make them uppercase. You can make them lowercase. You can compare them to each other. You can replace parts of the incoming string with other strings. So let's say that we wanted, instead of this being 19, we wanted anything that says 9 in there to be replaced with 845 for whatever reason. That would change these numbers and the concatenation. So the new number, the new sum string would be 1845 because it replaced this 9 with 845. Awesome, and thank you for the follow. Being so kind to me. I'm not doing this so that you follow. I'm doing this because I love to help where I can. Just ask TBD. So then the concatenation would turn into 251845, and now 251845 plus 25 is going to be 251870 when we parse it. And oh wait. Sorry, we're up here, 19845. Nope, 19845. Oh my gosh, now I'm just being confusing. And so adding these two is now 1870. Copilot is doing math. Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. I hope you never feel like now that you followed, you have to be here every single time. I don't like obligating people at all. I will be happy to see you when you show up in the future, but please don't ever feel obligated. No stress, no extra stress from me. Okay, so again, feel free to continue asking questions. I probably won't spend as long on the responses because the other thing that I do with my stream, this is part of my workday. So I need to get actual work done. I'm sharing my workday because there are a lot of people who don't really get to see into the software development industry from real life. I never was able to. I just saw other streamers that were working on side projects and stuff, and that's very different than when you're doing actual work product stuff. Except that I am also doing this as a solo developer, so I control the horizontal and the vertical. I get to make all the choices, which also means I have all of the responsibility too. And yeah, I need to get stuff done. But definitely feel free to ask questions. Okay. So we were in the middle of trying to do the configuration of these options. Yes. Yes. And then we're going to use it. So to configure this, the developer, and this again is the data file mapper options. In which case, if the developer chooses something that is not appropriate for the data type of the field mapper editor component, they will know when they try to run the application, which hopefully they do in debug before deploying. In order to test that, we need to create our own version of the field mapper component. Overridden components, for example, field mapper editor. My field mapper editor is what we'll call it. Razor. Okay. And again, in order for that, well, let's start with this. Let's just have that component be a thing. And in our program.cs for the application, which I think we might have to do this in the client as well as the server. Because when we are in render mode auto, it will use the program.cs from the server app when it launches the application as render mode server, and the client program.cs when it launches the app as render mode wasm. And then anything that we do on the server, like API calls, other things that you do on servers, that will only get the program.cs from server and not the program.cs from client. So I can't do it in just one place. It has to be done in both. Is there a way that I can clean that up? I don't know. But we're going to configure this. So we're going to make a comment, configure the data file mapper UI options. Cool. And this file mapper editor is going to be our, oh, it's not file mapper editor. It's my file mapper editor, which is going to be from our overridden version. But if we try to run this, and I'll bring the console window over, it should compile, it should run, but we will get a runtime exception. Should be an argument exception. Okay. And we did. And the exception is cannot read properties of null. No, that's not it. Cannot read properties of null. The exception is cannot read properties of null. No element is currently associated. True, but you should have thrown the argument exception up front. Let's debug this. So since this is not an implementation of Field Mapper Editor base, then it should throw an exception. It's not going to immediately because we aren't accessing the options. The only time it'll run this code is when we try to request the options from the dependency injector. Dang it. All right, so let's do that on the main component to get that up front. What is the main component? The main component is magical. Shoulders, stop creeping up. Okay, let's ask for, very politely, inject. Oh, here's another one. It would be entirely possible that the user does not provide any options whatsoever. And I want to make it possible for that. I don't want you to, for you, the developer, who wants to use this library with the component UI, with the UI components, to have to do a lot of work just to get the components to show up. You just add a reference to it and tell it that you want to use the library without needing to specify additional options. And by tell it you want to use the library, I mean create a project reference or a NuGet reference, and that's it. You don't have to do very much in program.cs. So this is, again, that same instance where I would want to use an iService provider to get the optional options. Optional options. That's right. I said that. So then on load, uninitialize, this is where we do the get service type of configuration options. What did I call it? Data file mapper UI options. Okay, and right now I'm just discarding it. That's what this underscore character is here. So I'm telling it to do it, but don't do anything with it. Object not set to an instance. I mean, that's not the exception we were expecting. Let's just hope that it was because of hot reload. Because service provider didn't get a dependency injection while it was running. So we needed to restart it. Please tell me that I pushed regular F5. I did. I did. Whoa. Why did the UI load? We should have hit the breakpoint. Because we're not accessing anything from it, or what? This is very, very confused. This configure is the one where you have to do, where you request a T options of. Not T options, I options. Anyway, we'll find out. Restart. I pushed the wrong button. That's not restart. Why does that button have to look like restart? But yeah, exist if you're still around and listening. Again, I can, if you're specifically looking for Unity stuff, I can highly recommend, well, I can't highly recommend them because I don't know how you feel about foul language, but another member of our community, and we're a member of his community, that is really, really adamant about helping people out that have questions is Irish John Games, who was shouted out earlier. He's currently streaming. He works in Unity. He is a professional game developer who's working on a game called Rise of Piracy, which is being published by Microprose. And you can check it out on Steam if you feel like it. I always forget what Dukasoft's Journ command is, but he has the Microprose link to it in his. But he works in Unity day in and day out. He's a very opinionated developer, which is awesome. It's ROP. How can I not remember that it's just ROP? And then you have BitGamey, who is doing it like, he is a game developer, but he is doing hobby projects on his stream and constantly engages with the community. How could I remember? Yeah, so just all of the good developer streamers. But those are people that would have specific information specific to Unity that I wouldn't have. I always forget the names of stuff. Yeah, same. Why aren't you running though? There we go. Okay, so services.configure Services.configure did not actually do the association. It didn't actually do the setter. That's what I'm trying to say. Which means that they would not know until we tried to access the options. And this is where we can maybe do a discard. Options dot. Oh, right. Which I guess means that we now have to cast. Great. To the nullable. Yeah, there are so many things in the C# language that have changed over time that do make it a little bit more. I was going to use the word insurmountable, but it is surmountable. But it may feel insurmountable. It makes it a little harder. It raises the barrier to entry because there are so many concepts that you need to learn. But once you get the hang of the typical approach of object-oriented design development, it gets easier. It actually does take time. You not like using the generic styling? I do. How do I explain? Wait, oh, okay. Sorry, you can't use the generic when you're using just get service. I thought you were asking something else. There is no generic version. Unless there is, and it's in another namespace. But it says the non-generic method iServiceProvider.getServiceType cannot be used with type arguments. Thank you, TBD. Again, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I usually use get required service as well, but this is an instance where it is optional. The user does not have to specify the data file mapper UI options. There will be one by default. Or not even by default, it's just that it won't use it if it doesn't exist. That's all. It is not required in order for the application to work. But yeah, you are absolutely right. There is a generic version of it. It's just in a different namespace. Yeah, because if I wanted the get required service, then I would just directly inject up here. The weird thing is that we didn't hit this breakpoint. Or did we? Just kidding. We did. And options is null. So the way that I let Copilot set up my dependency injection for this isn't actually doing dependency injection for this. So I need to do it the way that I would have done it if Copilot didn't tell me that here's how you can do it. You just do services.configure. Var options configure. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted. Then services dot I guess it should be scoped. It should be scoped. It's for the entire application. It's not on a per instance basis. So we're going to do singleton for this application. Add singleton. Data file mapper UI options, and we'll specify the options as the instance. Do I have to even do it like that? Can I just do this? Yeah, I can just do it like this. Okay, so the reason that I wanted to, and this is what I thought TBD was asking, but I think he understands this, but I'm going to say this to anyone else that doesn't understand this. The reason that I wanted to use this actions of, the type of thing that I want to dependency inject instead of just saying pass in the values, is so that we could follow the same approach that most libraries do, if not all libraries, where you have the options arrows and then you specify the properties, the values for the properties for each of the options. Okay, I think that's the correct syntax. Don't quote me on it, but we're going to try. And I'm still like only half committed to this too. Sometimes the design is tricky. I used to think it was cheating injecting service provider. Like you mentioned it a couple weeks ago. And I was like really thinking about it. I'm like, how often do I actually inject service provider to get an injected service? And it turned out that I use it a lot more than I thought I did. So then I started feeling bad for doing it because I'm like, it does seem like an anti-pattern, whatever, however you want to say it. Okay, doing it that way though, we are now actually, because we were never invoking this method, which is why it never did the assignment of the property. And now that we're doing the assignment of the property, we're going to get into the setter, and in the setter, the value is not null, but the value is not assignable from field mapper editor base. So we get an exception immediately at runtime. So we don't have to use it right away. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. So let me show what it was supposed to be to begin with. We don't need this junk code. I wanted to run it with Control F5. I wish I had a break button on my keyboard. Hold on. Options plus. Excuse me, can we configure a break button when using Visual Studio as one of my macro buttons? I think I looked at this before. Hey, the camera's showing up in here now. So this button here in Visual Studio is doing build for me at the moment. I don't use it to do builds. I want it to be the break button. Doesn't exist. What's the other name for the break button? Pause. Pause break. Nope. This is like multimedia buttons, not the same as the regular pause. Yeah, I would need a keyboard that has a break button. Hold on, give me a second. A keyboard that has a break button. I don't have any USB slots. We can unplug this one. I have a, what are you, 8-port? A 10-port USB hub, powered USB hub on my desk. Okay. Control. That says break. Do you just save? Do I need to do anything to save you? Awesome. Awesome. Okay, let's do a rebuild break. That canceled. No, it didn't. I changed the keyboard shortcut because I didn't have a break button. All that trouble. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. But now I do, so I want that change back. See me procrastinating because I really don't like this approach? Cancel build. No, okay. So this window doesn't count as being in Visual Studio. You know what? We're just going to set it globally everywhere instead of do nothing. I'm just doing the same thing that I did before, except on the global settings. And somehow I launched Teams on my mobile studio, or it just updated. Keyboard shortcut. Break. Yeah, and it still is refresh browser in Edge, Chrome, and Firefox. And it's save all in Notepad. Cool. I'm good with that. Okay, what do you say now? Yes, perfect. Okay, build, rebuild, wait for it to start. Yes. Now I don't have to remember Control-Shift-Back / hello, Frank. Great stream. Fantastic stream earlier. Oh, good times. I did have to dip away from your stream to go do my morning routine. I was doing some exercises and stuff. But fantastic times over on your stream. Here's a shout out for Frank. Frank is a .NET developer working on a million billion things. This morning, which is this morning my time, I think it's, I don't exactly know where you live. Or not where you live, but what time zone. Yeah, tell me your address. We need to know. Where exactly? No. You live in Canada. Okay, so it was morning, afternoon-ish for you. Depending on what side of Canada. I mean, I don't know whether Montreal is East Coast or West Coast. 123 Street, City, Canada. Perfect. But during his stream, he was working on a URL shortener, which is actually a Microsoft product, because I think you're a Microsoft employee. Right? I'm so good at this. You say that I'm better than you at this, but I don't even know these simple things. But he was working on a URL shortener library that needed some love. That was created a million billion years ago, and it was internal, really, but now it's being more widely used. I was following along. I was also doing my work too, so please forgive me for not knowing all of the details. EST. So that was what, 7 o'clock my time when I joined you, because TBD had just ended, which is 9 o'clock your time. Yeah. Have you been streaming on a schedule lately? If not, that's totally okay. You're not judged for that. Not at all. So Fridays. And you're supposed to be simplifying the deployment note bookmark. What was this URL thing you were working on? Okay, so the URL shortener, you moved over to a personal project. Then a while after, Microsoft asked me if it could be moved under their open source umbrella. Aha. That's where Microsoft came into play. Let's see if we can get a clip.
I could do this here. That's it. I'm done.
You walked off and then disappeared. And you are a Microsoft employee. Okay. So it's all correct. Everything that I said and more. Just proof. Do we have time? Like what time this was? I really, really, really want to put this. I can put it in. I can put it in. Are you gonna hot reload for me? I can put it in. No, because I would need to add a new component. I can put it in salad, is what I'm trying to say. I'll tell you guys what I'm talking about in a second. Pages. Let's do the games page. And then we'll style you differently. Div Schumann. Are there two N's in Schumann? There are. Okay, this should hot reload and it may show up. And then I'll have to do some styling. Please just hot reload. Just do it. Just do it. It did hot reload. However, it probably blocked because of cross-site. That's okay. We'll see it sometime in the future, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I need to style that. So you're still working on, oh, am I still working on the data import? I sure am. I'm taking this weird approach where right now the main thing that's happening, I can show this actually. It's so much easier to show than tell. And I'm really wanting to do it. I'm just like not doing it. While we're waiting for that to load, I'm going to inherit field mapper wrapper base. and we're going to see what this does. Would you load already? Oh my gosh. Don't need this window anymore. Okay, so I'm taking a weird approach where my core application has this, has a whole bunch of UI. This is the library itself. With that library, you could use the component library that comes with it for all of your data transformation needs. And you'll get back a C# class using this library. Thank you for posting that. Can you post context? So with the import, part of the UI is this field mapper configurator. I have a need in the application that I'm using this library in to customize, for example, a mapping type. I need to be able to create some extra UI for only this component. I want to use the rest of the UI, all of the rest of the built-in components from the core library in my use case library that opened over here. It's so hard to just talk about conceptually. I want to show the concrete example of it. And so in order to do that, I am allowing the developer who's using the library to specify their own custom components to be used in place of these. So if they have their own field mapper editor that they have customized in a very specific way that they need for their application, and not just styling, like styling, that's all CSS, not a problem. This is actual content that gets rendered from that component. Then they can specify the type, and then the core library will be like, have they given me a type that they want to use for the field mapper editor? And if so, instantiate a new version of that, set the parameters, and display that instead of this one. So for my app, the one that is importing lab data, turning it into a lab data upload, and then pushing that data to our database, forgive the various usages of data versus data, this value here needs to be specified by the application. But the user needs to tell us which column to use to determine what lot value to use. So in this case, it's this analysis batch column. And so I was thinking of a few ways to be able to allow the user to specify which column. And I just thought of the easiest approach. I just thought of a really, really easy approach that doesn't need all of this additional work. Anyway, so picture this. Everything from here, from this button on down throughout the rest of the page, as well as the flyout menu here, is from the core library's component UI. UI components. That's given to me by the app, the library itself as a NuGet package. So it's not like I can just go in and modify the content. So making content UI changes to this is not going to be very easy for the developer, but I want to make it easy for the developer. But the thought that I just had is I could have another toolbar button. So this is controlled by my application. Another toolbar button that says set lot column. And then they specify which of these columns is going to be used for the lot number discriminator. This is going to be so much easier. And that lot number, this lot field here would not be shown in the field mapper editor. They can't configure a value for lot. it would only be done through this dropdown. And then you could still even configure a mapping rule for it, where it's like constant value, copy a value, transform that value. That's going to be so much easier. This is worth doing. The approach that I was taking is worth doing because that means that you, the developer, could do what I'm doing now, which is to create your own custom field mapper component or whatever component you want to swap out, have it inherit the field mapper base, which this thing doesn't know what a field mapper base is, which is why I didn't build, and specify that in the options that says whenever you're going to create a field mapper base, use my field mapper wrapper editor and not your default field mapper editor. I keep saying field mapper wrapper. Field mapper editor, because it's used in the field mapper wrapper. But let me just take you on a whirlwind tour, and you don't have to fully pay attention or partially pay. You don't have to pay attention at all, but I'm going to take you through a whirlwind tour of this field mapper wrapper editor stuff. Because this is field mapper wrapper. Field mapper editor. Wait. Base. I'm even choosing the wrong thing. But we would have gotten an exception up front. And in fact, let me show that. If we had chosen the wrong base type and we tried to run the application, we would get a runtime exception that says the field mapper, my field mapper editor is not a subclass of field mapper editor base, and it's going to point you to the program CS line 18. And program CS line 18 is where you're trying to set which object type is going to be used in place of the field mapper editor component. And so when you go to that type, you'll be like, oh, you're using field mapper wrapper and not field mapper editor. Why do I name things like that? I don't know. But now if we run the application, we will see no exceptions on program.cs, but we will see exceptions in... Oh, right. This one is so odd. I really don't understand what's going on with this. It doesn't happen every time. It's so weird. So I just reran and this is what it looks like. No errors, no nothing. So now when we do this, we're still going to get our field mapper editor, which looks the same as our default field mapper editor, but I could completely change that simply by overriding render fragment. Yeah, render. And the way that I'm going to overwrite it is to have it output a div or a h1 that says I'm overridden. And hot reload should tell me that it needs to rebuild because that's a change it can't do. At least it rebuilt fast. Faster than I even realized. And when I show this, it still does a pop out. Oh, duh. Yeah. It's still going to do the pop out because I'm not actually using the new type yet. I did get a runtime exception. Invalid operation exception. Yeah. So this is where I have, this is where I knew I was going to run into the issue. I'm trying to set the parameters of the type that the user is providing in place of field mapper editor base. Ooh. Duke is off being all fancy. You're such a good mod. You are the best ever. I don't know if anyone has told you, but you need to know that. Repeatedly need to know that. I really appreciate you. I just hope that doesn't put pressure on you to feel like you have to be on top of everything all the time, because you don't. So cool. So cool. Cool. So here's where we are. We are in the field mapper wrapper base, the place that I keep thinking that we're supposed to be. I'm loading the options, which now we know we can just get service using the generic and use the right namespace so that we have access to the flippin' generic version of this, because that's what we want. Then, yeah, this is where I'm doing all of the weird stuff. We are going to do UI options dot field mapper, question mark dot, because that's potentially null. And we need to do a create instance, no, activator dot create instance of field mapper editor base using, no, that's not how you do this. This will give us an object back. There we go. You have to do a null check for that too. I guess it makes sense because create instance wouldn't be able to do a null check on the incoming type and be like, well, you're going to get null back. So instead, we'll do if is not null, then we will get back field mapper editor base. Which we need to get rid of this null check here, so that doesn't give us an error. Else, yeah, I still don't know a good pattern for this. You're not going to be null anymore. So why are you acting like you will be null? If we know that the component type specified is not going to be null, then when we do activator.createInstance, because activator.createInstance will give us a nullable type back, but we can guarantee that that object will not be null if the type definition is not null. Okay, so that's good. Then here, where I'm trying to do set parameters, I'm getting an exception, and this is the one that we just saw, which we're not going to be able to see unless we try it again, where it's saying that there is no renderer assigned to this component yet. So we can't do set parameters, which I totally thought you could do, because as long as it's initialized, you can set parameters, and it should be initialized when we create a new instance of it. Yeah, we'll find out. Port closed still? I thought that it was running. Oh, that was... I also don't know how to fix this thing where it's trying to connect to the IIS port with browser refresh when it shouldn't be. And here's that error again. That's so weird. So weird. Okay, So the render handle is not yet assigned. Anyone have any beginner Linux distro recommendations? I haven't used a Linux distribution in a long time. And the most recent one that I used was GNOME. And I loved it. It was great. But this would have been in 2010, maybe a little earlier than that. So anyone else? Linux distro? Or Lil Sus? Yeah, I only know Ubuntu, which is, I believe, for server, Linux server, or Red Hat. Which I believe, I honestly don't know where Red Hat is intended to be used. But yeah, so I need to figure out how to set the parameters on a component that I'm instantiating in code. And I know how to do this in a render fragment, but I don't know how to do this in just regular C#. This is no longer accurate. Use the field mapper editor specified in the UI options. Use the field mapper editor from the UI options if one is specified. Type needs to be in here too. Otherwise, we default to the field mapper editor that we have created in the core library. So nothing? Nobody has any Linux distros? Linux distributions. I know if Bob Ross or Max were here, they would give you some recommendations. Yeah, I know Debian, but I think that one is also server. Maybe it's not server. Maybe it is. Like, what are your use cases for it? Which use cases are you intending to use on it? Just as your normal desktop PC, or learn more about Linux, apparently? Fedora. I've heard of Fedora. That one is potentially a good one. Cinnamon has a great desktop environment to begin with. Yeah, so maybe read through these. I'm pretty sure you know how to Google, but I can't think of any, and I wanted to try to be helpful. Okay, I need to figure out how to set these parameters. One thing you would assume is that you could just say you have an instance to it, so why not just set those parameters, since they're public, from here. So field mappings equals field mappings, because they're one and the same. And this says, because the component parameter should not be set outside of its component. It says should not. I thought that I was getting exceptions when doing this. I don't care about should not. because I know that my use of this, right, but this, like, let's say that we were trying to do some bindings. This would violate the bindings as well. I wouldn't be able to do @bind, blah, 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 blah. What if I did this instead? Since I know how to do it in a render fragment, let's create a render fragment of render field mapper editor. And we can do this in code. Like so. Right, this was the approach that I was starting to take, but I didn't get that far because convergences happened today. These minor conveniences, man, they are not minor conveniences. Okay, so let's take one, for example, like the flyout, which is the one that we're using by default. And here's the stub for it, the thing that I was going to do, but I didn't end up doing. Render. And to do this, we're going to start with our element counter, because each render element that you put in here, each item that you're adding to the UI to this render fragment builder is supposed to get a index or an ID essentially. Can we do builder.open component with an instance of a component? Cur elm++. Right, we can get the type. Yes, we can. So we've made sure that we set this on initialize. So by the time we're here, we know that field mapper editor reference will be an instance that we can use. And then we need to set the parameters, which is add attribute. I forgot that's how you do that. So we get add attribute, and then for our event callback, this on draft field mappings changed. It's going to be an event callback.factory .create or something like that. So we'll see if this thing gets us there. Again, I want to try to think of how I would do these myself so that I'm not just relying on Copilot. I want to keep exercising the brains. You have to be field mappings though. And the reason why is because my edit field mappings that was trying to use is a local copy of the field mappings, because the field mappings getting passed in is an immutable array. I mean, you could probably get pretty far doing just that, but I don't want to. I want to understand what I'm doing. It's just I want to be able to use I want to be able to use Copilot to quickly type it out faster than I could type it out. But I want to at least have thought of what the next thing that I'm doing should be, so that if it tries to skip something like my apply default CSS, I will notice. I caught myself doing that today and made myself slow down so that I could actually learn while doing. Yeah, that's another one. It does often come up with I was trying to figure out why it was like you don't need this, and it's because this does have its own apply default CSS. I was saying something about that. oh, you get the Copilot will come up with stuff in a way that I wouldn't have done it. And as I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's a really good way to do that. I'm going to try to use that pattern from now on. Okay, so this should be an appropriate way to set the parameters of the field mapper regardless of... Yeah, the only thing that you won't be able to do is add additional parameters. But this will set the parameters of the field mapper. And you are no longer a async task. And here's another approach that I'm still trying to decide which way I like more. When I create a base component class where I'm expecting other .razor files to inherit from this component, and I have some logic that I want to build in to the initialization step, do I override on initialized async, or do I override on initialized? Because I noticed that if you have on initialized in your base class and on initialized async in your implementation, only one of them gets called. And I think it is the void on initialized that gets called. Okay, well, let's see if this works. If this works, what we should see in the flyout is an H1 that says, I'm overridden. Is it going to work? And because I'm doing this in the core library, it will get transferred over to the open source version if anyone is interested in this weird way of doing it. Maybe it's a normal way of doing it, but I have not researched it. But it is definitely a way that is making sense to me to allow customizability, extensibility for the core project, the core library. At least the UI for the core library. The main library itself, I'm starting to think, and that's a bad idea, that I need to start from the source generator. Yeah. Oh man. Like, here's my dream. This is probably a bad idea. My dream would be that this entire file import utility, and this is going to make people not want to contribute to the open source repo. But there's got to be a way to do this. This entire library will be source generated. And if you're adding a mapping rule, you would be adding that mapping rule to the source generator as part of what it generates. That way, this version of the library here could be used as is, but if you want to extend the core library itself, you would instead reference the source generator NuGet package in your project that you're trying to add new mapping rules to, new transformations, new comparison operators, new logic for those things. They'll get their default implementations, but you will be able to override them because they will be partial classes. They will be virtual methods. That's my dream. But right now we're just going to go, here's what you get out of the box. You won't be able to use the source generator to add mapping transformations, which is what we needed to do for our current effort, but I couldn't. That was an accident. I can write hello world in the readme.md file. Anything more advanced and you'll be pulling your hair out. I'll cut it soon enough. I won't need to pull it out. I need to find out when I last cut my hair to try to plan out how short to cut it so that it's about this length again by June. Yeah. That's going to be fun. Because I'll be able to do that. Yeah, you know, accurately too. I won't be able to do that. Okay, here we go. Does it say I'm overridden? It says there's an error. What is our error? Invalid operation exception. Render output is invalid for component of type. Field mapper flyout. A frame of type element was left. Oh! Oh! Oh. Whoops. It was a very meaningful exception that told me where to go. Netrunner, no! I forgive you, though. You were just giving yourself some extra love on this love-oriented day. You fire, says Dukasov. Oh dear. Let's hope not. I will be ending the stream soon-ish so that I could do the time card stuff again. This is the end of the pay period, so I do want some extra time to be able to send my work log as well. So it'll be sometime between now and 20 minutes from now. Thank you, Irish John. Okay, let's try this again. I could do today. I'm like, now that we did that part and I got over that hurdle, I'm feeling good about this. Oh, I'm not feeling good about this anymore. When do you even work? I see you online 24/7. I don't know how to answer that. Do I? I get up at 4:30 a.m. my time. I get to my computer. Oh, I think we just need to set a breakpoint here, run and debug. I get to my computer. Being online is his work. I do a morning activation. And I have TBD stream in multi-stream so that when he starts streaming at 5 my time, it starts immediately, and then I can just not have to worry about distracting myself from what I was doing. But I'm working starting at 4:30, and while I'm watching TBD, and I take a break at 7:30. I come back to my desk at 8:30. I work until 1:30 on Monday through Thursday, streaming at 9:30 to 1:30 my time, and then I do music hobby in the evenings, or Blender and Unity lately, which is kind of annoying because I do want to get that part done so that we can have some interactivity on that stream. But yeah, and then I cook and spend time with my wife for the rest of the evening, and then do it all again the next day. 4 to 6 hours. I did 4 to 6 hours of refactor today. Does that count? Absolutely. You know what? I would really, really prefer to spend all of my time just refactoring the code that's there. Right now, I am kind of mentally fried when it comes to the creative problem solving part, coming up with solutions. It would be nice to just, it feels like it would be relaxing to refactor code right now. I mean, there'd be a lot of cringe moments and things where I'm like, you didn't see that? I'm ashamed of that. But it'd be good. It would be good. Okay, it's telling me, or not, it's not telling me anything. It worked just fine, except that the render that's happening is not the render from my overridden instance, my field mapper. It's not doing this render. Because what I plan on doing, what do I plan on doing? Plan on doing something. How did I learn front end? I was forced to do it. I was forced to create UI with the work that I did because being a solo developer, I had to do the entire gambit. I was doing full stack before there was a term called full stack. And then that became a term, and now everyone wants full stack developers. You have to know everything if you want a job. So yeah, I failed at it a lot. I'm still not doing very well. Not as good as a real front-end developer or even UI UX designer, but I have learned a lot. Okay, this is a My Field Mapper editor. So during this render field mapper, it knows that it should be using the contents of My Field Mapper editor. Yeah, which is overriding the render. I don't know why I can't set a breakpoint here though. I really, really want to set a breakpoint here. If we go to Field Mapper Editor Base and we go to the render, nope, it would be in the .razor version. What we're expecting to happen is that instead of it calling this render, it calls, yeah, I can't put breakpoints anywhere in here. Oh wait, here's some C# code. That's what I could do. Just add some random C#. Wait, why are you... Wait, I think it did it. No, it didn't. It's completely empty. Why is it empty? Was it because of a timeout? Was it because I took too long and I was breakpointing stuff? Okay, here's how I set things up. I said I was going to give a whirlwind tour. Let's do that as the last thing for the stream. The way that I have the Field Mapper Editor portion set up, and that I plan on doing with every single component in the component library, is that instead of having a fixed Field Mapper Editor component that gets rendered inside of one of these wrappers, a flyout or a dialog, you can see the original code here in the dialog, where I'm just directly using that Field Mapper Editor. I took all of the UI content from the Field Mapper Editor and I put it into a base class, but I specifically put it into a property called render. So all of this content here is what used to be the content of Field Mapper Editor.razor directly. And all of the code behind, of course, is now in the code behind for Field Mapper Editor base, but now as protected so that the inheriting class has access to it. They're all virtual except for the fields that are used, the parameters that are used. Although if I made the parameters virtual, then maybe I could also have, well, I wouldn't need to. I wouldn't need to. They're fine. But the point is that these are all virtual now. They can be overridden in the implementing class. Then the only thing that my field mapper editor does now is base.render. I took out all of the code behind stuff, so we don't even need this file anymore, because there's nothing special that we're doing in the code behind of this implementation. We're using the base implementation. So that, pretty simple, pretty straightforward concept. Then we created, now switching to we because you guys were here for this part, we created this data file mapper UI options that allows the developer that's using the library to specify their own type of field mapper editor. And the way that we're using that is in our sample project, we created an implementation of field mapper editor called my field mapper editor that inherits from field mapper base. And oh duh, that's why it didn't work the other time, because we're only doing this one place. But in program.cs we're specifying, yeah we did, we're specifying which type we want to use whenever a field mapper editor is needed. So we provide that type in both the when it's running in client and when it's running in server. Right. And I needed to put it in the client library anyway, because otherwise it's not going to render when it's running in WASM. Okay, so now that it's configured in both places, when we are about to render the content in that wrapper class, either the flyout or the dialog, whichever one is configured to be used, it will ask for the options. And if the options contained, well, if the options were dependency injected, we'll get the options. Then we'll get what is the specific type we should be using for the field mapper editor. This is, again, going to be the same pattern for the data file input, for the data set display, for the data table display. All of those components will be overridable simply by specifying your own type that you want to use in place of them. So we're getting what type, and we're creating a new instance of it. And now instead of rendering that out here directly, we are rendering it we aren't actually rendering it. Aha! So there is one more thing. And I'll show you that in a multitude of hours. But when we're trying to render it, that's when we're setting all of the parameters for whichever component type we specified and got a new instance of. So that's what all of this is. But the thing that I'm not doing is rendering the content. In the default field mapper, this is what the rendering looks like. In my override, which I closed because I moved it, apparently, we aren't actually rendering it anywhere. So let's render it. Yeah, this is why I like talking through, because I'll notice those small things because I didn't remember. But now we should see this content here. We actually saw the correct thing when we did it last time. it was a completely empty, no HTML content, whatever this section of the flyout is called. Flyout body. It was completely empty, didn't have anything in it. And that was because we didn't actually tell it to render anything in the actual HTML content. We just overwrote the render property. So now let's take a look at it. Regardless of whether this is successful or not, this is going to be the last thing that we do. So he says, and then he sees an error and he's like, oh, that'll be easy to fix. And then we spend another 30 minutes on it. And I'm like, man, I really wanted to have my time submitted by now, so I could just go cook. Pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. Yes! Awesome. Awesome. So this is proof that we can put our own content in here. Yes, thank you, Dukasoft. But that also means that if we wanted, we could render the original, like so. Which hot reload is probably not going to show us that, which is fine. Let's just run it again. Thank you so much for the follow. Man, what is up with this server? The first run just does that. It's so weird. Okay, so now we have the original. We lose all of the styling though, because the styling is only on that field mapper editor from the component library. Thank you so much. What are you doing? I'm getting ready to quit, but I will tell you what I'm doing here after I talk about this very last piece. One thing that I set up for myself is that not only did I move all of the rendering from the actual component itself into these render properties, I'm splitting up the content inside of the table itself into the header content, the item content, potentially the field transformation configuration. This could be another instance where you provide your own field transformation configuration dialog. Yeah, kind of. I mean, yes, and it's that and more. So now if I wanted to, I could overwrite only the header. I could overwrite only an item content. And not only that, but I can specify that for each item, if it's the lab, if like the field name is lab specifically, then output my custom rendering. Otherwise, output base dot table header content and get the original thing back. So I'm only overwriting the one row that I'm trying to overwrite. That's what this entire thing was for. We accomplished it. It's there. That is awesome. Okay. So the quick and dirty of it is I'm writing an ETL tool, extract load transfer, load, ETL. Anyway, because we have a need to take arbitrary CSV and or Excel files and transform them into a shape that is our database is expecting. And so I'm allowing the users to configure, like the actual product itself has database backing templates. So if you configure all of these field mappings, you'll be able to restore them for the same file shape and reuse them over and over. If we get a new lab, they just create a new template for that lab. If the same lab starts sending files that are shaped differently, they just load the existing template and then adjust the whatever field mappings weren't working for their new format. So yeah, that's the short of it. But that's going to be the end of my stream, because again, I'm going to do my time card. send in my work log. This is a work product, by the way, DevSec. This is my day job. This is what I do for a living. This is what I love. This is what day... I don't know. Monday we ended on a win. Wednesday we ended on a... and today we're ending on a win. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm going to go to the ending screen because that's really bright. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for Community Day earlier. For those of you that don't know, Fridays on this channel are Community Days from 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is UTC -7 currently, until 12:30, and then I do my regular Workday stream until about now. Mondays and Wednesdays are Workday streams from 9:30 a.m. my time until 1:30 my time, 1:30 p.m. 13:30. I couldn't decide whether I was going to say 13:30 or 1:30. But yeah, that's when I'm streaming. Monday nights, Monday after my Workday stream, I have been sharing the music hobby on a different channel as well. If you're interested in seeing any of the past recordings, they all get uploaded to YouTube immediately after the stream, since I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, Community Day today was awesome. So TBD Gamer said so much more. Mr. Lion, have a great evening and a wonderful weekend. Thank you for everything. Deflex said whoa. DevSec said ciao, good day. TBD Gamer said I was going to join Community Day today, but considering the lessons you were getting, it was way better to stay in chat. Absolutely. It was so much fun. I learned so much. Thank you again, Snubble, if you're still around. If not, thank you anyway. Thindle, have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Shout out to Thindle, who might be starting normal streams again relatively soon, which are usually on Tuesdays. He's a .NET developer working in all sorts of .NET technology, from legacy web forms to most modern Blazor and everything in between. Cool. TBD Gamer, we shouted him out earlier as well. .NET developer working on Liquid Sky, working on developers.stream. Just check out his streams. He streams at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, UTC -5, Monday through Friday. Yeah, okay, that's it for me. We're gonna raid. Yeah, it is good. Pneumonia with bronchitis does not sound good. Just pneumonia by itself does not sound good. We're rating someone easy for me to reach, which is Irish John Games. I love supporting him. He has been in a bit of a mood lately, just so you know. He may be a little bit more snappy. It's completely understandable, at least from my point of view. He's going through lots of stress at the moment. But yeah, his stream is also for mature audiences. He has the intended for mature audiences turned on. So if you aren't a fan of curse words and hearing people talk like that, then I don't recommend you come with. But he's still an all-around good guy. He's well-intentioned. He's a good guy. And yeah, that's it. See you the next time you're around. I'll be back Monday, 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time, UTC -7. Ciao. There were more words. It's not Pokemon, Thindle. Leave some for the other people. What? Snappy. Exactly. Der kleine Krokodil. Something about crocodiles. Okay. Ciao. Gotta catch them all. Sickness. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to get them all. Let other people take them. Okay.